Alright, so we are doing a very well-known title here today for a very specific reason. Specifically, today begins the Gratitude Games. Everybody that paid for a game to be played on the channel will be getting their games in starting now. Starting with Melon's request of the original Resident Evil. Now, admittedly, she had said initially just Resident Evil 1, and I'm not entirely sure, guaranteed if she'd intended the original, but as we went back and forth, it seemed like that was the answer, so we just went with this, basically. Now, it's worth noting, I do know a decent amount of this game. I do not know it firsthand, because obviously this is a well-covered, well-documented game, but I have not finished it myself at any point. So, there are going to be stumbling points, and it does have some of the very same things I point out in survival horror that are not the best decisions, but we'll be able to get through it. It won't be a problem. There are going to be points where I'm going to ask very pointed questions about why things are the way they are. But we won't worry about that too much. I think everybody's used to me doing that by now. Enjoy the cheese.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we're searching for the helicopter of our compatriots Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of our mission. No, I haven't found it yet.
Hello there.
Hey there, Lizzie.
Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. Bravo Team went to the hideout of the group and disappeared.
How you doing today?
Look, Chris!
It's interesting how they filmed this intro here. I don't have the right words
Bravo
to.
Team's helicopter. Nobody was in it. But strangely, most of the equipment was still there. However, we soon discovered why.
Yeah, so far so good. Everyone stares at a mysterious wreckage. And then very strangely made evil dogs.
Come here!
Yeah. They found a gun. Oh. Still got a hand attached to it. That's probably not ideal. And then they start dying. What a shame.
Joseph!
Stock dying sounds. And remember, they're trained professionals. Helicopter's like, nope, I'm out. Don't want anything to do with this. I know better.
Jill, run for that house!
Yeah, you know, the totally safe, spooky mansion just happened to be conveniently near where everybody died.
There are only 3 STARS members left now. Captain Wesker, Jill, and myself. We don't know where Barry is.
And then the ridiculously over-the-top bit here.
Jill Valentine.
A lot of people say this game is worth it for the intro alone, and I can't entirely disagree.
Barry Burton. Rebecca Chambers. Albert Wesker.
Because they knew what they wanted this to be,
Resident Evil.
and they committed to it. Like, they fully knew that this was going to be cheesy. They had to have. Like, they had to have committed to this decision. There's no way they made it this cheesy by accident.
Know what happened.
Barry! Where's Barry?
Well, I'm sorry, but he's probably...
No. What is that?
I'll go and check.
Okay, Jill and I will stay in the hall in case of an emergency.
Yep, time to go do all the work.
Chris? Take care.
Okay, bye now. The voice acting in this is a very big part of why I picked this version when the request was for Resident Evil 1, just because it really makes the game. Like, it is just too funny. And snag us the emblem. And as I mentioned at the beginning before the intro happened, I don't remember everything about every bit that'll happen here. So, there are going to be stumbling points, but I do know the basic routing. And I will be trying to get through this at a decent pace here. Dum-de-dum, I'm sure nothing bad's around this corner. Oh my god! Hey, you got a good snack there? Can you share? You know, it's a little gooey, maybe not. You don't look so good, bud. Anyway, I'll be going now. Dum-da-dum-da-dum-da-dum, nothing to worry about. Okay, and go, 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 go. Because on this body... Well, for one, we get to learn that it's a member of Bravo team that got left behind. Two, he's got bullets. We always want bullets. We may not have a gun right now because, you know, God forbid Chris keep hold of his gun that you saw him shooting during the intro. None of these STARS people are that competent, unfortunately. Anyway, we're leaving now. Gonna go let everybody know that, hey, there's weird shit happening. Because, you know, we got people eating people. We got proof that one of our Bravo team people is very dead. It's just not a great situation. We should go see if anybody else still has a gun. And get used to those little door scenes, because if you're not familiar, every door does that. Yep, everybody's gone.
Wesker? Jill?
So much for staying here in case of an emergency. That's weird. Why is that laying on the ground?
What happened to Jill and Wesker?
That's a very good question. No, you're not gonna do it quick enough, huh? Okay. If you idle with Chris, he does like a little thinking pose, but it takes just long enough for me not to bother. It's Jill's gun. Dun dun dun. Not her gun anymore, is my gun. I'm gonna need that. Now, unfortunately, we don't have any ink ribbons, so this typewriter is useless to us. Oh wait, yeah, there's an ink ribbon with this typewriter. Right. Also, for those who don't know, our inventory is now full. That's how little inventory you have right now. A little unfortunate. We'll go ahead and just type up the fact that we exist. Because remember, as long as the record's kept, You can always prove that something happened. Now, I don't remember the immediate next step, but I know it's not going to be hard to figure out. Is when in doubt in these, as long as we try enough doors, one of them will be success. Armor door. Back in the hallway we left behind, there was also another carving. We'll worry about that later. Through the very blue door. Is this the next bit? I think this is. At the very least, I know that there's a solution to this problem. A very simple solution. Just need the ability to reach the thing that's up there. Come on, Chris. There you go, bud. Now, I think there's a specific button to climb it. Yeah, there we go. It's a map of the first floor. Will you take it? Yeah. You got the map of the first floor. Down the stairs, please. So now we actually have a map. Before, this button wouldn't have done anything. Now we actually have a very decent map. Red room is obviously where we are, green is where we've been. Howdy, Electric Money, how you doing today? And of course, all the unfilled rooms are places we haven't been at all yet. It is a little weird that it's square to back out of things in this game. I feel like that is not correct, but you know what? It's fine. I don't think there's anything else to do in this room, even though we can move stuff like that. Glad to hear it, and of course. Always keeping my eyes open for new people to take a look at. Picture of a chubby woman. That's, you know, I don't think you needed to add that part. Carving of a sword. Okay, yeah, because I think it was a sword carving in the other hallway as well, so that's 2 sword carvings we need so far. All that'll be attached to a key somewhere. Eventually we will find all the keys we need and then this whole place will be cracked open. I don't think there's any other door on this side. Was there? Almost like I just looked at the map or something. Yeah, there's only one door on this side and all of those other doors past the zombie hallway all need keys. So, I guess we're going upstairs. Right, you have to press a button to use stairs in this world. Because the stairs are a scene. Thud, thud, thud. There we go. Gotta have him walk up these stairs too. Can't just walk up them. We didn't figure out the technology for knees yet. Now, a wiser man would have equipped his gun already. But we'll figure that out as we get there. Oh no, there's a zombie. We'll deal with that later. He's not really a problem. They're not smart enough to really be a major issue. This one, however, is a little bit more of a problem as he's in a worse spot. Alright. Let go. It's always been a fun thing to watch, but I've never actually sat down and gotten through it myself until it was requested of me. So that's why we're in the position we are right now, where I'm coming to grips with it just a little bit. There we go. Now that they're stupid and stuck over there. Right, that's the thing. It doesn't go through the railing. It goes over there to fall down. Come on. Come with me, statue. I may end up doing a couple things in a less than ideal order, depending on if that's even possible to end up doing, because it'll be based on what I remember. Have they announced much more for 9? Because I genuinely haven't really kept up with it too much. But I do know people have been getting real excited about it. We'll go back down there and deal with what I knocked down in a little bit here, because I think there's something we can do over here as well immediately. Well, no, there's one thing we can do, and that is turn around and leave, because that doesn't look like any fun right now. Okay. Yeah, I figured there was at least a trailer just with how hyped people were getting about it. I just, like I said, I don't usually look into trailers too much. Oh, he did catch me that time. Well, that's a little sloppy, but it'll be fine. Yeah, I'm just one of those people that usually waits till something's out to be particularly concerned about what's going on with it. And burned a couple too many times on getting excited about things. But I'm always happy that people have something to be excited about. Thud. 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 That sounds right, honestly. Next year would make sense if they're putting out a trailer and everything for it at this point. At worst, it would be the year after. At least with how Capcom usually does things. I think this... Yeah, there's the statue over on the other side of the table. Shiny thing is mine now. Of course, I can't pick it up because I don't got room. So I guess since I've let myself get hurt, I should probably just use the first aid spray. Yeah, so far so good. A little bit of a slow day because it's just warm, so brain goes bleh. But we'll make it work. Let's see, the blue jewel goes somewhere. I know it gets set into something. Just a matter of remembering where. Yeah, the joys of basically everyone going through a heat wave right now. It makes things very interesting, to say the least. You know, let's go ahead and use up that other ink ribbon, since we have done a handful of things already, and I can just pick up another ink ribbon later. I know there's a few of them around. There's not an endless supply of them, but there's a decent amount of them, if you know where to look. Yeah, same. Like, if this whole summer is like this is going to be a very unfortunate summer. Let's think. Because we have an emblem to use, we have a blue jewel to use. We still didn't get any keys. For some reason, I thought one of the keys was in the statue. I thought that's where the sword key was, but I think I'm remembering wrong. I know the armor key's somewhere else. So, it's a lot of the pathing that's going to elude me. Just off the top of my brain, because I have not seen this run in a bit. But we have paths we have not taken yet, so eventually we will find success. Oh god, I would have to imagine, between it being open air, I presume, since it's a stadium, and it probably was packed. Like, hopefully you enjoyed it, but goddamn, that would be a lot. Spooky red hallway. I could probably dodge you. I'm no good with the knife, I've learned. So, nope. They are just being real active today. Yeah, I managed to scoop by so many of these in testing, but I think I'm waiting too long and letting them turn. Armor door again. You know what? Fair enough, as long as it was worth it. Also locked. I'm trying to save ammo because these regular zombies really are not worth my time. Hello, Melon. Yeah. As you wanted, it's happening. Nothing in there. Good old bookshelf. Botany book about medicinal herbs. As you may know, there are many plants that have medicinal effects. Since ancient times, humans have been healing wounds and diseases using various plants. In this book, we're going to sample 3 herbs that grow around the Raccoon Mountains and give their outlines as examples of those plants with medical properties. Each herb has different colors and different effects as medical plants. Hence, the green ones recover physical strength, the blue ones neutralize natural toxins, while the red herb does not have any effect by itself. The red herb is only effective when it's mixed with other herbs. For example, if you mix this herb with the herb that recovers physical strength, the recovery effect will be tripled. By adjusting the amount and experimenting with these 3 herbs, you can create various kinds of medicines, but I will leave the details in your hands, as that's the best way to acquire true knowledge. Botany book has been filed, so now whenever I want that, it's in the files. I'm never going to need to read that again because the contents are very simple, but it's nice that they file those things away so you don't have to come back and find them. There we go. This was one of the doors that was locked from the other side, which I think is actually back in the bad hallway, the one that we saw like 3 zombies hanging around in. Oh, there's that guy. Yeah, this I think was attached to the bad hallway. Anyway, going down here now. We'll deal with them later. Okay, you are in too awkward a spot. I can't just leave you there. Okay, good. He's bleeding. He's done. Oh, the Wi-Fi is playing up again. I'm sorry to hear that, Melon. Yeah, so far so good. Bit of a slow, sleepy one, but we'll get through. I was gonna say if you wanted to hang out for this, considering this was the game you wanted, you would be welcome to do so, but if your Wi-Fi is giving you issues, might not be the best idea right now. You want that. I seem to recall that that's useful. I think this is a storage box? Is this a safe room? Yeah, it sure is. Let's see. Since I'm doing a terrible I was doing a terrible job with the knife, we're gonna go ahead and leave the knife in there. We'll come back for it if I need it. Ditto with the herb. But as you can see, there's a bunch of ammo in here. We won't be bothering to bring that with us right now because of inventory limitations, but just remember there are bullets in there. So if things start getting hairy, we do have a decent whack of ammunition on the hand. And we'll go ahead and pick this bag up. So we're gonna need that in the future. For what? Well, don't worry about that. The reasoning will make sense in the future for those that don't know. Understandable. The ferrets will have their time. Whether you want them to have their time or not. Okay, that door's locked from the other side. I do think or at least I'm pretty confident I came and grabbed the chemical way too early. Exactly. Yeah, Melon's got some ferrets. They are little menaces, but you know, they're good. I'm gonna go ahead and put the chemical back in here, thinking about it, because of what I was just talking about with having it too early. Yeah. Considering the heat and everything, I could definitely understand ending a concert early. Is them lights and such cook you when you would be up on a stage like that. So just stack that on top of all the existing heat and just, ooh. Okay. Mr. Hallway Blocker also needs to go. He's not dead, but he's down enough so he's out of my way. I think I am leading myself to disaster here a little bit. Go ahead and combine the ammo so I don't have to reload. It's a little crowded, yeah. a little bit busy in here. Go down. Thank you. Out of my way. Squeezing through here, bud. Don't need to waste the ammo finishing them, just need to get them out of my way. Okay. Oh, right, this room. This room sure is something. To be fair, I feel like being limited down to the two might have been to your benefit there, Melon. Consider you also have the cat, so you know. What is put in the stove? Papers on the wall. Well done. I'm glad you can pay attention. Sounds good. Drive safe, bunny. Helmet door, so this whole trip was a waste right now. I'm doing everything out of order, cause I remember the main bits, but not the pattern. Do 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 do. Sir? Cease. Absolutely. You take care of yourself. Oh, he got back up quick, and... Oh, right, he's a spitting one. That's actually fine, because that takes less of my time. I'm fine with this. I'm gonna get hurt one way or the other anyway. There we go, this one opened. I don't think this is one that benefits me, because I did not take the time to look at the map. Yeah, because this takes me back to this hallway. Yeah, we don't have the map of this floor, so all we have is where we've been, but at least I can take a look at the connections that we've seen. Yeah, it traumatized a lot of kids that ended up either picking it up or their parents bought it for them. And then that first zombie scene, I know, got a lot of people, and then there's a sequence coming up not too long from now, I think, that also got a lot of kids. When the dogs make their first reemergence. Because it's not giving anything away to acknowledge the dogs exist, considering we saw them in the intro. Yeah, no, the dogs got people real good. Nope, I just walked in a circle. Very good, me. Way to go. Oh, right, that's a one-way door. The things they do in these survival horror games to mess with you and your pathing. Like, hey, you can go one way through this door, but the doorknob's broken on the other side. It's a real shame. This place is just in shambles. Alright. Nope, he got me. These guys are just like a little bit sprier than I remember them being. Go ahead and just fix up that damage. It's a little bit of a waste to use the herb by itself, but right now, that's pretty much our main choice at the minute. I might be thinking of two where they're a little easier to duck around, because the areas are a little wider in two. These hallways are real skinny. Anyway, we're past the worst of that mess for the moment. Is this a useful door? Possibly. We will find out. Now, my primary experience with survival horror was much more the Alone in the Dark games than these, as far as ones I actually spent any real amount of time figuring out. Give me this. No, not the door. The thing next to the door, Chris. I know the door's an interesting idea, and it's a really shiny doorknob, but I need you to get the glowy thing. Could you do that for me, bud? See that thing? The thing that's sparkling? I want you to get that. Okay, good, he got it this time. Really thought he got the door again. Yeah, you know, he's going through it right now, I understand. Now we'll go through the very concerning blood-coated door here. 'Cause, you know, I'm sure it's fine, right? Right. Nothing bad happened with a door with a blood trail leading to it. Oh no, it's the birds. Not the birds. Well, you don't look so good. You know, it's a very convincing costume he's got going there. He really wanted everybody to think he's dead. And there's the birds. Give me the bullets. You have something else on you? Because I seem to recall that there was a reason for me to come out here. Ow. You know, other than getting harassed by crows. Ow, 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 ow. Nope. 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 I could have shot them, but it would have been an egregious waste of ammunition to deal with them. Though, admittedly, we did not come out of that so good. We are in shambles right now. I could go back down to that lower room and go get the herb I left in there, but I think we can get away with this. I just gotta be a lot more careful than I have been. Which small key? Small key might be for... I mean, you've seen me pull out of ridiculous situations before, but that was with less tank controls. That's not to say I don't understand how to work tank controls, because some of y'all saw me get through Alone in the Dark New Nightmare, which is similar issue of movement. Which is also where, if you think the dogs in this game are scary, you should see the ones in that one. They're much more concerning, in my opinion. I think there's also something back here, but that might only be in Jill's reality. Because they do have different item placement. I think I want to go back to that clock. So I seem to recall there's something with that grandfather clock in one of the two realities. And a small key like this would be just right for that kind of thing. Nope. Does this give me any information? I forget. Nope, this is not one with a carving or anything on it, because obviously it's just a small key. Oh, it's a desk key. There we go. Not a clock key, a desk key. So where did we see a desk? I mean, I can get through that one too. It'll be fine. There's nothing I can't get through. It's just some will take longer than others to accomplish. I mean, honestly, if this does well enough, I may very well just do the rest of them on my own volition anyway. We'll see. It's not like I've beaten all of them, so they are an option. Well, ABC, I've gotten chewed on by zombies, I've run away from dogs, I found a lot of bullets, and I'm nearly dead. That is a very simple explanation of what has happened so far. Turns out everybody in here is dead, everything's awful. It's just a grand situation. I did, however, find a shiny gem that I can't do anything with so far. So, you know, that's good. Yeah, exactly. Everything's a little messy, but it's fine. Is there a door down here that I'm not remembering that I'm supposed to go through? Probably. So I feel like I have done things in a very strange order. I seem to recall that this door was locked. Yeah, this one's one of the armor doors. I'm Pretty sure I couldn't go through anywhere here either. But we did see that there was a door in here, and I don't think I actually tried this door. No, right, this is the sword door that we looked at, right. So I commented on the picture and then the door, but I think something behind here. 'Cause I tried to move this last time we were in this room, and I gave up because I tried to push it the wrong way. You're not fooling me. Uh-huh. I must not have been standing close enough. Or those are guaranteed to get you. One of the two. Yeah, exactly. Just a prank, bro. This just got me an ink ribbon. Was there actually something useful back here, or was it just the ink ribbon? Don't get me wrong, I need that ink ribbon. So I may save in a different spot because of how shabby our health is. This way, we don't end up locked in an unwinnable position. Okay, yeah, that didn't solve anything. Which means I'm pretty sure that the desk we saw upstairs might actually be where this key goes. Which means I'm gonna have to go back up there. Which also means getting past the array of friends we have hanging out upstairs. Which is why I was considering saving. And you know what? I think I'm going to, because otherwise we are gonna have high odds of spontaneous failure. And then I would have to redo a lot of work. Not a lot of work, but enough work that I wouldn't want to do it. Oh, time to venture back into the upstairs. I will say, I do think there is a path I can take that's reasonably clear that we can go get that herb. I'm just not sure if I want to use up that herb too already. We've already used up our first aid spray and an herb. I feel kind of bad about that. It's the door I want. No. That's actually no, that's the one that is near the stairs. And the stairs are how we got to the herb. So if I am intending... No, this is the wrong door near stairs, but this is the one that was near the... No, this is where the birds were. No, this was a mistake. Mistake! Abort! Turn around, Chris! Don't open that door! I just saw a skinny hallway and went, oh yeah, that's where stairs are. No, it isn't. This is where we got the key, not where we saw the desk. The desk is near this area, if I'm remembering my pathing, but it is not there. Now, for those that don't know original Resident Evil very well, there is another reason why you don't want to leave dead zombies around. And he got me. That's what I was afraid of. But I'm probably being too conservative with my ammo. I don't think I need to hold back that hard. But I just know that there are points where I'm going to need quite a bit. Unless you know how to do something. God damn it. Loaded the wrong one because it didn't take the down input, so give me a second. That only exits that, so I'm gonna have to reset the whole thing. I was trying to move quickly, and it just has a delay when that menu opens, so it didn't take the input that I intended. The joys of delays. Yes, yes. Watch people getting jumped again. Come on. There it goes. Because remember, everybody, this is a PS1 game, so there's definitely a little bit of inherent scuff. It really is a good intro. Like I was saying when the intro was happening, there's a decent argument for this game just purely on the basis of its intro. And I do wonder how long they spent filming that live action intro. Like, did they do multiple takes for that, or did they just go with what they had? Because it really could go either way with that one. Hep, 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 hep. Let's see. Maybe it's on this side. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. No, because this was where the statue was. So there's a door over there. Did I check that door? I don't remember. At least I can aim in these games without too much bother. Because I'm not playing the DualShock version, so I don't... I mean, the director's cut version, rather, so I don't have the auto-aim. Which apparently is in that version. This is leading me to... Yep. This is leading me astray. This is the playroom. Oh, this is not a good angle. I would have had to have blind fired around that corner. This is gonna be a lot of my ammo. And the death of me. He got up quicker than I thought. I thought I had enough time to get both of them, but they took their time coming around the corner. I hope I don't have to go through that room. Because if we have to go through that room, I think we might be better off restarting. Or at the very least, better off looping back to the old save, so I'm not one tap away from death. So I guess I will have to go downstairs and get the herb, because I may have to bully my way through that room. Yeah, I know I have to, I just don't know if that's the next step is the problem. Because like I mentioned before, the order of operations is missing in my brain. I know the ideas of what I need to do. I just don't remember what order I need to do them in. But I feel like that's the next logical place to go, unless the desk that I was talking about has what I need. Which that's gonna involve getting past this clown. Which this one I probably should just finish off at this rate. Just because of how often I'm having to come into this room. You'll know for a fact that they're down for good if they can be passed through. If you can't see the blood. But you can walk through the downed zombie, you know that they're done. Because otherwise they are still solid while they're laying on the ground like that. Oh, well, this is upsetting. You know what? Let's check the other end of that hallway, because I don't think that's where the desk was. I think that's where the stairs are. Oh, isn't this the one that loops around? No, this is where a desk could be. Uncommon. Now, I think these are all drawers and dressers, not any of these are desks. There's a little thing up here that could have been something, but it isn't in this reality. And now we're on the other side of that guy, and now we're at the stairs. So let's go get that herb just for a bit of bed hedging. So this inventory is going to be a nightmare. Like, that is the thing that honestly kept me away from playing this for the longest time. Other than the fact that I already know basically the majority of the game because it's so well traveled, is the simple fact that this inventory is a ball ache. Like, hey, I hope you don't need anything most of the time because you'll just have to come back and go get it. Now, I want to. There we go. I mean, I can't add that to the other one. Oh, fine. Still more bullets than I had. We'll replace that with an herb for the second, because I'm about to use that herb, so that'll be fine. It's like, this game is kind of flooded with key items that you need to use, and it also has only a 6-tile inventory. Like, they had to have known what they were doing to people when they did this. Like, the inventory is absolutely a non-issue if you know what you're using where and when and all the correct pathing. But if you are even slightly askew like we are now, you end up going like, well, I guess I gotta put this away somewhere, and then I gotta come back for it, then I gotta figure out where this goes. Like, all they would have had to have done was just give you a little bit more inventory space and it would solve the entire issue. Which is why, as the series went on, they did actually give you more inventory space. Okay, so we got Stumbly Boy still sitting in that hallway, and we got somebody hanging out in that corridor because you can see his arm sticking out. There's a couple zombies in particular that even people that are familiar with the game, I usually see them take 1 or 2 out. I think that guy's one of them. You just so frequently pop through this doorway right into him. Yeah, this is the missing doorknob. This is where we came from. I almost want to go get the knife back, but I know the knife is just going to cause me to trade health because I don't know the trick with the knife. Because if you know this game well, you can just knife things. It's way better later in the series and way easier to use. But people that understand it can definitely work some magic with that knife. That was a bad time to reload. Nope. Can't get me. You're just too slow. Like, they had to make these hallways small to make these zombies a credible threat, because you'll notice even backpedaling, you are faster than them. You can genuinely outmaneuver them very easily. It's just, you need to have room to maneuver. Yeah, exactly. The knife only is wild. Yeah, because there's also the helmet key. Nothing we have is meant to be burned, so I swear I saw a desk somewhere, but I've apparently misplaced it. How am I looking for ammo? Because I'm betting it's not great. Yeah, I have 11 bullets, which isn't going to be enough to get through that hallway. So let's go get the rest of our bullets then. Now that we've cleared this area so I can access it more readily. Oh, this is gonna be such an egregious waste of bullets, though. Like, technically it's not a waste of bullets because I have to do it, but it's a waste of bullets because of the way I'm going to have to do it. I'm not gonna be able to just knock them down and then get through. I'm going to have to kill. We're gonna leave that desk key there for a second so I can combine these, since apparently they don't want to play ball the same way as when you pick them up, which is a little bit of an odd one. But if I go running off and the desk key is still in here, I'd be very sad. Now the question becomes, am I even going to be able to pull this off with our current situation? The answer is probably yes, but I've got to be careful. And I'm also going to have to be pretty quick about disposing of the zombies when we get into that room. I'm pretty sure there is a trick where I can keep loading and unloading that room to try to maneuver them around to different spots. I think they do have a couple locations where they spawn in that room. But I don't think it helps. Yeah, exactly. And if you just happen to catch them right as they start rotating, that's the time you're supposed to scoot through for the most part. As long as you don't time the run just in time for when they turn around, like I've done repeatedly already today. That's what's been getting me in trouble with that idea. Is I spot the turn, but go in right as they are about to come back around. And if they're mid-rotation, I think they are quicker to grab. Nope, I went around in a circle. You can feel free to come in, Celts. I want to be let out of here. We could trade places. This is fine. I feel like this is the same door I just walked through. I'm for some reason blanking on exactly where the exit point on this idea is. Doesn't help that I used to be able to navigate these games with the set camera angles, but nowadays it just really fucks with me when they keep changing my camera angles on me. I lose track of where I am and where I've been. It's this way around to get out of here. There we go. And I know that they intended those camera angles to show you as much as possible, but I swear sometimes those angles show you absolutely nothing. Like, I don't know if they purposely show you absolutely nothing of merit, but boy, do they really feel like that sometimes. Yeah, this is the bird hallway. This is useless. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you gotta just hunt around for the right spot in the room to trigger the camera angle you do need to see. There's nothing down this, like, edge here, right? Yeah. Just in case there was, like, a little thing sitting on the floor there that I was supposed to have that I'm forgetting about. Because that would absolutely happen. I feel like I'm misplacing a room again. So now apparently I'm having trouble getting back to the death hallway. Nope, I'm not gonna manage to get away from them. I waited too long. Because these guys are placed... Oh, great. I'm so glad I just couldn't get through him at all. You wouldn't be able to tell it, but I absolutely directed Chris to go down and around that zombie. Because he was higher up, not lower, and it just didn't take. Like, I should not be having this much trouble navigating this place. This is not that complicated to navigate. And yet, apparently I've just lost all track of where I was and where I was going. Well, on the bright side, nothing's changed. Like, we regained some knowledge and we lost nothing. No, the desk would have no reason to be over there. Where the fuck is the desk? 'Cause that seems like the logical angle to chase, but I, for some reason, cannot find that desk again. It's not in here. The door next to this is useless, so it has to be upstairs. But did I just, like, lose a door somewhere? Like, logic denotes I would have had to have. Yep, so this is the bird hallway. And then the one next to this is the one we were walking around in circles in. But the one over here is the statue room. So I've misplaced a door somewhere. Unless... Was the bad hallway attached to this room? I thought it was attached to the main room. I think that's where I'm getting confused. Oh, right, yeah, because it's... I think it's that room all the way at the other end, isn't it? God damn it. But for some reason, my brain reattached it to this main room. And that threw my entire navigation for a loop. Not gonna bother spending the ammo to permanently get rid of these guys, then. I'm just gonna spend the ammo to get them out of my way. Yeah, this is the looping room, but that'll get me where I'm going. That's fine. Like, obviously this place is designed intentionally to mess with you. Because why wouldn't it be? That it would not benefit the developers to not have this be confusing. If this was straightforward to get through without any learning, people would be getting through this a lot faster. Of course you happen to be out of bullets at that exact moment. Down, please. Goodbye. Isn't this... No, this is the bad room. So it's a good thing we reloaded our gun right before we came in here. No, the fuck? No, the bad room is on the other side of the statue room. That brain! Why? Why are you useless already? We're only an hour in. Could you please have waited to melt until later? Zombie, please. Thank you. This way I don't have to have wasted all that ammo and wasted all this time. I was going the right way, just... I forgot that they had stacked 2 bastard rooms on top of each other. The statue room's not great, and then the room next to it's not any better. Of course, you know, survival horror game when we're in a heat wave was totally my finest of ideas. His soup brain is clearly the perfect tool for navigating. I don't know how to feel about the fact that I was going the right way and I second-guessed myself into a stupidity loop. Before he gets up, because the one on the other side's a non-issue. He's too far away. Reload the gun before we go in here, because... God damn it, game. I did not want to check it. I wanted to combine. There's gonna be a lot of bad immediately upon entry here. And we've learned that we can't just run past these guys once we down them in this room. Camera, please. The other one's too close now. Yeah, I knew I was getting low. There we go. Two, three, four. He's the only one I don't need to worry about only downing. Though he is going to be a problem on the way back, but one problem at a time. Locked helmet door. Key panel that we don't know the pass number for. That's not one that you can cheese with out-of-game knowledge. Because you have to know the pass number for them to even let you interact with it. But down here might be what we need. And if it isn't, I'm gonna be very sad. Well, I'm already very sad because of the amount of zombies here. But one problem at a time.
Whoa! What is it?
What?
Hi, Rebecca.
Oh no! Sorry.
Thanks for macing
I
me.
didn't mean to do that.
You must be from the Bravo team.
Yes, I'm Rebecca. Rebecca Chambers. I'm a newcomer. I just joined the Stars Bravo team last month. Well, I'm really sorry. Are you all right?
Yes. I'm Chris Redfield from the Alpha team. Are you the only person here from the Bravo team?
Well, because the helicopter made a forced landing, I just ran into this house anyway, but I
see. There's nothing else you could have done anyway. It's good you're here.
Yes, sir. But it's strange. I serviced the helicopter recently, but something went wrong with the engine. It was such a short flight.
Dun dun dun, sabotage. Now we got another safe room, and we've got the assistance of Rebecca when we need her. More importantly, we have our first important key, the mansion key. I think opens all the ones that weren't specified to be one key or another.
I wonder if everybody is...
Everybody certainly is. Is what? Well, that varies.
Hello there.
Hey there, Callista. How's it going? Yeah, this box... Ah. Well, we have no shortage of problems here today, Callista, but you are not one of them. Oh, right, because all the containers are connected. I forgot that they were actually decent about the fact that all these would be connected, so I can actually leave a couple more things than I have been behind. And just remember where safe rooms are to work around that then a bit better. Put all of those away for the moment. Yeah, nothing's gonna manage to be as big a problem as this goddamn heat wave. All that ammo, and I guess we'll actually use one of our ink ribbons here, actually. Because we at least have made progress. Feels a little bit bad about using the herb there, but, you know. You would think Rebecca being the medic of Bravo team, you would think she'd be able to help us, but not so much. But we will need her help later.
Everybody is...
All this stuff here, and we can't use a damn bit of it. We got 2 zombies waiting for me right outside.
Well, what should I do now? If you go out to search for the other members, how about letting me come with you?
You stay here for now, Rebecca.
It's pretty dangerous outside. Let me take care of it.
I understand. For now, I'll wait here, since there are a lot of chemicals in this room and they might be useful. Well,
Exactly.
I'll look over the chemicals.
Yeah, there's a very specific sequence we need Rebecca for later. Since we are not Jill. Thanks, camera angle. What? We healed up to caution. How did that kill me? That's supposed to only kill you when you're in danger, isn't it? Or is there variants that I'm forgetting? Because if I'm dying to 1 grab anyway, I shouldn't even have bothered healing. I should have just saved that herb for when we eventually find a red. Alright, now to have this chat again.
Well, what should I do now? If you go out to search for the other members, how about letting me come with you?
At the rate I'm dying, Rebecca, you don't want to be with me.
It's pretty dangerous outside. Let me take care of it.
I understand. For now, I'll wait here, since there are a lot of chemicals in this room and they might be useful. Well, I'll look over the chemicals.
It'd be really helpful if you would heal me, Rebecca. Really, really helpful. There we go, he's turning. Go, 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 go. Oh, right, there's another one. And I wasn't gonna be able to avoid that. Oh, I lived through that one, though. Okay. I'm sure I'm back down to no health again, but at least we got past there so I can find out what's over here to find out whether it was worth me getting bit for it or not. I would assume it has to be. Oh. God damn it. Really? Son of a bitch. Can't believe I got away from that one. Oh, that's not a good sound. Oh no, never mind. That's not the thing I was thinking was. It's not great, but it's not the immediate problem. I will say, you don't want to advance too far in this room. See all that stuff sticking out of the fountain? It's a problem. Yeah, you stand there and think about it, Chris. It's an issue. Unfortunately, we don't have what we need for this problem yet. We're missing part of it. And I believe we have to be in a different room to actually solve this problem as well. So that leaves us in an awkward spot, because if we leave this room, we're gonna get up by the zombies. So I think I need to actually backtrack to use the mansion key somewhere. But getting there alive is gonna be tricky with the situation we have at the moment. Turn the fan up, as it is clearly not keeping my brain alive. He is jamming the hallway, so he needs to go. Oh, the other one was walking in as I left. And it doesn't matter, because we accomplished nothing by going down this hallway, so I'm not going to bother. I'm gonna go back upstairs immediately. On the bright side, doing it that way will save us some health. On the downside, I won't have those rooms marked, which isn't that big a deal, because if anything, that will help me remember to come back down there in the future. Because a room that's marked is going to be easier for me to go like, oh yeah, I've already been there, I don't need to do that. And I do want to say that this is going to be more than likely 2 sessions to get through this. It is only like a 7-hour game, so theoretically it'd be doable in 1. But A, with my current performance, and B, with the current energy
What
level,
should I do now?
we're probably not getting through this in 1.
If you go out to search for the other members, how about letting me come with you?
So I'm going to hedge bets as far as
It's pretty dangerous outside.
the
Let me
whole
take
thing
care of
with making sure I don't forget
For now,
everything.
I'll wait here.
Is it will more than likely end up getting split to next Tuesday,
Well, I'll look over the chemicals.
so that I can do what I was planning to do the rest of this week. So we do have an open slot on Saturday as well if I wanted to just get through. But I don't know if I want to go that route right now, because it is not my intent to rush these. Of course, getting back through this may be interesting. Carving of a helmet. Is there a carving up? No, this was the numeric keypad. Wasn't that a bit weird as well, that there's a keypad in this mansion where there was nothing else of that sort so far? Isn't that a little weird? Stop resisting. I think that zombie's gone. Nope. He had a real dark shadow under him, so I thought he was gone. Okay. Having gotten back past that problem, we need to get back past these 2 clowns. Thankfully, he spun the wrong way, so we're good. Because that's a big part of the trick, is getting them to spin the wrong way around. And I think there is a way to specifically get them to turn a particular direction, but I have no idea how to angle that. And I'm sure if I attacked them from behind with the knife, for example, I could probably be quite successful. is what I realized in testing is the knife range in this game is shorter than it is in some of the later titles, where you can actually, like, match the zombie's reach with the knife. Here, they have you outreached, even though you have a knife. So I was consistently swinging, and they were able to grab me before I could hit them. Like, obviously, there could be, like, a tiny bit of timing issue there or things of that nature, but the amount of times it happened in testing, I'm pretty confident that we were just outreached. Now we finally made forward progress, is the mansion key opens this, which I think is where we're going to run into a big problem. So I think this... Yep, there's the dogs. Gotta go! And I got blocked. Okay. Yeah, that's the room I was talking about where the dogs jump scare people. As they come blasting through those windows. On the bright side, they do leave you a heal on the other side of that room. Because they understand that you're probably going to get bit there. Armor door. What about this door? Where does this lead? Which, that's a door that's very easy to miss right there. The one right on that corner. Well, at least there's nobody in here. It'd be real awkward to run into somebody in the bathroom. Yeah, sure, why not? At least it's not acid like it looked like. Dum-de-dum, dum-dum-de-dum-de-dum. And we are rewarded for our efforts with a key that somehow didn't go down the drain when the water went out. Even though there's clearly nothing blocking that drain. Must be a heavy key. Nice convenient discretion pillar next to the turret. Look, there's working reflections. Even on the PS1, not everything had working reflections, so that is actually worth noting. This is one of those, it takes just that little bit of extra effort to make a working mirror. Weird little tiny room. We'll just get out of here before anything bad happens. I'm sure nothing ever happens in that room. Oh hey, there's just a shotgun. Be nice to have that, but I'm pretty sure that's a trap. Because the problem is, I don't remember if it's Chris or Jill that the shotgun's a trap for. One of the two needs something to replace that shotgun with for bad things not to happen, and I'm pretty sure it's Chris that needs the broken shotgun to replace the shotgun with in order to be able to leave. Is for my own sanity, my old spoilers here, that room that I was talking about would crush you if you do this incorrectly. And I'm pretty sure since on Jill's path she gets saved, I'm pretty sure it's Chris that needs the replacement. So we're not touching that. As much as I would love that shotgun, I ain't touching that. Like, even if I didn't... Yeah, exactly, it's the Jill sandwich room. But even if I didn't know that, I'd be very suspicious of a room like that with a convenient shotgun just chilling on a little stand like that. Is that's where genre savvy brain kicks in and goes, that's gonna kill you. You don't know how yet, but that gonna kill you. Oh, we're back down here now. Okay. That's actually a very helpful door to have opened. Because that links up the bad staircase with the rest of the bottom floor, so we'd actually have a way around a bunch of problems now. So that's helpful. Not, like, majorly helpful, but it helps pathing a little bit. Now, hopefully that guy's not standing on this door when I come through it. Oh, he's in the way, but not as in the way as I worried it would be. We'll go ahead and go back through this door to reset him again, and then we should hopefully be able to scoot past him. Because going back this way I don't think helps us. Oh no, there's a door in here that we didn't go in, but I think that's the one that was locked. Let's double check right quick before I commit to that decision. Also, who designs hallways like this? Like, I understand all the bending, but why is this section of it so skinny? Like, somebody can barely walk through this hallway, it's so skinny. Good lord. Like, it almost seems like they added this room that's in the middle here, in between, like, mid-construction, but at that point, why not just frame this off and frame the other end off and just turn this whole section into the room instead of having this weird, awkward hallway? Doesn't make sense. Goddamn weird rich people with their strange mansions that don't make a damn bit of sense. Yeah, right, this was the locked door. That's what I thought. I can remember things sometimes. Alright, let's do this dance then. I may just shoot him. Because if I... Yeah, you know what? If I do this dance wrong, I die. So let's just hedge our bets on that regard. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. He had more friends. I would have just sprinted past him to run right into this guy's waiting arms. Problem is, now that I downed him and went in this door, he's gonna be right back up on his feet when we come back through this. Oh no. No 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 no. Oh right, they activate if you do this wrong, don't they? That's the bit here, isn't it? There's a message. Give me the peace of death, and I'll give you the joy of life. There's a switch below. Will you push it? Not yet. Let's have a look around more first before we commit to a decision like that. Picture of a bold-looking old man. There's a switch below. Will you push it? Not yet. Picture of a lively boy. There's a switch below. Will you push it? Not yet. There's a particular order to this. Picture of an infant. There's a switch below. Will you push it? No. Picture of a young man. And then around the corner here, there's yet more pictures like we saw as we were sprinting past the birds. Picture of a newborn baby. And then there's this tired middle-aged man portrait that's a bit askew here. And then one last picture. The title is Give Me Peaceful Sleep. Which I think this is meant to be a hint towards what you're supposed to do. Like, I think that's a hint towards the order of operations here. Because if you remember, the request here is, give me the peace of death, and I'll give you the joy of life. So in theory, they want a piece of death, then they should end up, presumably it would be the old man, because they're the most likely to die soon. But I seem to recall that this is one of those things where you do it in order. but I don't remember. So I may be overthinking this, and I might not be. I don't know. And unfortunately, I'm not really drawing too much from this. Like, I don't see anything that particularly matches any of the things that were in this room in that portrait. But I know that you press the button under this after you're done with pressing the buttons on all the other ones. That is the one known fact we have here. So logic denotes I should just give him a proper life. Like, you go infant to boy to young man, middle-aged man. So infant, boy, young man, oh wait, I missed one, because there was the newborn. Shit. Leave the room, reset it. Because one of two expectations has to be true. Either they want it to be in the order of the life that'll happen, or they only want the old man. Yeah, you know, they're just watching, making fun of my mistakes. Really, the crows represent all of you lot. Just ha! Ha! Okay, newborn baby. Exactly. So newborn, then infant. Nope, that's the boy. Where's the infant? I think it was the next one. Because that's the old man. That's the one that's last. So this must be infant. Yeah. Some of these pictures are really hard to tell what's going on in them, so I'm glad they give you a text box that tells you what's in these pictures. Because like this one, you can tell there's just a kid in the picture there, and there's a bunch of other shit, but the kid's there. This one is kind of just a mess. Yeah, infant to boy, young man. Tired middle-aged man. Then, old man. Oh wait, did I didn't touch this one, did I? I think I skipped the young man. So we're gonna redo that again. Because I'm not sure if I did or didn't, and I don't want to die. So I don't remember if nothing happens when you fail that, or if the crows get unleashed upon you if you fail that. So let's see. Newborn baby. So I also am not sure if the crows just get unleashed after you're done. Success or failure. Nope. That's the lively boy, not the infant. I keep forgetting the infant picture because like I was just talking about, I can't tell. Like, the young man one's also a problem in that regard, and we'll get to that in a second. Because apparently a young man is just a plain void. Like, maybe it's just my eyes, but I don't see anything in this portrait here. This is just a blank canvas. There's just nothing here. Somebody put up the exposure on that portrait somehow. Yeah, now young man, tired or middle-aged man. And then off to the bold old man. This should work. Da-na-na-na. Look, another key item to deal with. The Star Crest, which has quite the face on it. Like, you present me with puzzles or riddles or things, and I will figure them out. I can figure things like that out just fine. Give me a simple puzzle, though, and I'll probably end up like 8 layers along. And it's actually like a one-step puzzle. God damn it. And we're dead. All of that was for nothing. All because I hesitated for a second, trying to decide if I wanted to kill him. Because I was like, but I could go back.
Well, he's dead. He will be missed.
I don't remember the health being so tight in this. But apparently it's just really problematic. Then again, most of the people you see play this are also people that have played the game before and know it reasonably well for the most part. Or you have the complete opposite of people that have never seen it, let alone played it. And those people struggle because, well, for obvious reasons. Is you start off having to come to grips with the controls, and then you have to come to grips with the way they expect you to navigate this game. Pretty much, yeah. Thing is, I don't even know if I needed the Star Crest yet.
What should I do now?
Because we didn't encounter anything that needed
If you go out
that.
to search for the other members, how about letting me come with you?
So I don't think I actually need to go back to where that
It's
room
pretty
is yet.
dangerous outside.
I'm pretty sure I'm once again stepping out of order.
Understand. For now, I'll wait here, since there are a lot of chemicals in this room and they might be useful. Well, I'll look over the chemicals.
Like, ironically enough, I think actually if I came into this with no knowledge, I'd be doing better than I am right now. Because I'm tripping myself up constantly with my incomplete memory here. As I've mentioned with things that I knew parts of before. Oh, and in case people are wondering why all these, like, stair climbing scenes and the door opening scenes exist, they're all disguised load screens. That's all they are. Every single one of them is designed to cover for a load screen. That's one of the neat little facts about this. Because while the load times aren't bad, they are still there. So they had to mask them somehow. I mean, they didn't have to. They easily could have just put a load bar at the bottom of the screen, but that's a much better way to handle it. At least a much more visually appealing way of handling it. Okay, once more through this mess. But he turned around the wrong way. Where else is the mansion key used? That's gonna be the entire answer to all of this, is remembering where the other doors that the mansion key is used on are. I'm pretty sure that I need to be somewhere else. So I feel like I was supposed to have either the armor or the helmet key by now. Now that I have the mansion key. Like, I thought that the mansion key led to the armor or the helmet key. But only if you went the right way. Well, that last part's kind of obvious, isn't it? You have to go the right way to get anywhere or anything. But hopefully you take the meaning behind what I'm saying there. And we never did end up using the emblem that I picked up right off the top either. But I don't think that gets used for a while. I think it was actually arguably pointless for me to pick that up immediately. Yeah, that one's locked from inside. There we go. This one was also mansion key door. I knew there was another one. I just couldn't remember where. Oh, we get to this bit already? I did not realize this was here so soon. I think we're missing part of this as well. Yeah, it's just a fine grand piano. It's a shame we have no music to use it with. I think there's something behind here, perhaps? Or is that what the... Oh, and this is just a fake plant, even though it looks the same model as the herbs. And I think actually this is the same model as the herbs use, but it's scaled up to be a houseplant instead of being an herb. I would not be surprised if they did exactly that. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing in this room right now. This is another one of those situations of, I know exactly what I need to do with this room, but I need to have the right flags triggered to make the thing happen. And I forget if both paths need the item or if only one path needs the item. And I don't know if I really want to go through the motions and then be wrong. I feel like there would have been another interaction on that piano if I was in position to do the thing. So I think we're missing a piece of that puzzle. Well, let me not dance around it. Let me just lay it out for you, since I doubt it's spoiling anything for anybody because this game's been around for so long and played so heavily. That's the room I was alluding to needing Rebecca for. Is Jill can play the piano. Chris cannot. So Chris needs Rebecca in order to play the piano. But we need a specific song to play on that piano. And I'm pretty sure both realities need to find the music for that song. But I'm not 100% on that part. That's where Foggy Brain comes in. Oh yeah, in case you're wondering, should we just leave? Yeah, they're still out there. You ain't going anywhere. I forgot that there was a whole cutscene to that. I, for some reason, thought it was just gonna, like, tell you there were sounds of dogs outside or something like that. Exactly. Puppy jump scare. Good night, ABC. I will do my best on that one. Well, once we really start knocking the dominoes over here, things are gonna get a lot better. We just need to break past the memory, these sticks that we're dealing with right now. Okay, good. We got through the dog room clean this time, at least. I do like the song that plays when the dogs come jumping out. You just can't really stay there to enjoy it because you gotta run for your life. So now that we're back over here... I have to imagine I have to be over here, since the only other door we found at the mansion key is... Exactly. The dogs will remove all rancid vibes from that hallway, and unfortunately, apparently we don't pass the check. Yeah, unless there's another mansion key door that I'm forgetting about, because I probably am. We have to go through this and get the items from in here. The fact that there's a second desk key makes me wonder if each desk key goes to a specific desk or if each of these opens any desk. Also, that key was very, like, yellowy golden while it was in there, and then when we pull it out, it's very silver. But I'm going to assume it's the lighting in here that made it yellow. I would rather not consider the concept of piss key, but you know what? That at least it was in the bathtub, so it's less likely to be piss key. Was it the big door that we went through and found all the zombies, or was it this? Right, this is the totally not suspicious room. I mean, you know what? We did die once already down this end of reality. I tell you what. I'm not going to use save states for anything useful, but how about we use a save state to demonstrate something? Demonstration purposes. I may as well use the powers of emulation for good, after all. Give shotgun. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure nothing bad's gonna happen because that lifted up, right? It's gonna be great. I have a shotgun now. The zombies can't possibly stop me. Oh, that doesn't look great. Oh no. Good thing this door's not locked. Oh, the door locked somehow. The good news is, you'll notice you can go back. And I forgot that you could just go back. And what you can do is you can put the shotgun back, and that presses those levers back down. And now when you go back in here, everything's fine again. I forgot that you would recover from that. For some reason, I thought you were locked in here on both ends and you were just gonna be guaranteed crushed. But yeah, we need to find the broken shotgun before we can have the shotgun. We can't have nice things in the horror mansion. That's not how that works. There is only death here. Which also means that our only viable path down at this end is the area where we've got killed. Which is, you know, unfortunate when you explain it that way. Yeah, no nice things for Chris. Jill can pick locks, Jill gets saved by Barry, you know. God damn it. It wouldn't let me mash fast enough to get through there. I thought I could just double interact there and get through it without getting bit. Well, that's a shame. That's some wasted health. Apparently. Which I think that was usually how this game was explained, was if you want the combat heavy path, you go Chris, and if you want just puzzles and a bit of an easier time combat-wise, you go for Jill, I think was usually the idea. Because Jill gets the early shotgun, and I think a little bit more ammo? Because of where her item placements are? Oh yeah. I forget if there's straight up less zombies or they're just placed more conveniently on that side or whatnot for that. And I forget exactly what the lockpicks do for Jill. I want to say it bypasses the mansion key requirement, because I think she still needs all the emblem keys. But I think she avoids needing the mansion key, is the thing. I think that's how that ends up changing it. And of course, there's also a range mode in the director's cut, which throws everything for yet another spin. And then there's the fact that randomizers exist as well, though if I remember right, the randomizer for this one actually kind of doesn't get as much of a result as like the randomizer for 2 onward tends to get. Though obviously this one has pretty good randomization potential if you think about it. You just only have so many ways some things could be randomized, because if all of your keys are put in places you can't get to, it's real strong soft lock potential there. Like, say they put the armor key behind one of the armor doors that has no other passage through the area where the armor door is. Congratulations, you now cannot get the armor key and cannot enter that area. It would just be a complete fail state there. Things like that. Which, randomizer logic fascinates me to a certain degree. But it's also sometimes kind of impenetrable to me. And of course, it's going to vary from game to game whether you can parse the logic of a randomizer, because it heavily depends on how much you understand about the game being played as well. Oh yeah, the dogs are still here, huh? And we're dead. Is somehow the dog attacked to the side of where it jumped. Well, that undid another chunk of progress now, didn't it? I'm all for feeding dogs, but not feeding them with me. I might go back upstairs and see if there's a mansion key door up there somewhere. Because I feel like I'm missing something. I genuinely feel like something has gone wrong with my pathing here. Like, it's either that or I bring Rebecca with me and we go over to the piano just to see if she does just for some reason know to play the song. Like, at the rate we're going, it can't hurt to try the Rebecca idea. But for some reason, it's in my brain that she just appears there when she's needed. And the problem with that thought is I don't know if that's changed from one version or another, since this game has like 4 different versions technically. Because there's this version, which is the original, then there's the director's cut of version, and then there's HD, which I think has changed a bit. And I think there's one other version that I'm not thinking of. Oh yeah, there's a DS version as well, isn't there? Or is the DS game a separate one? Or is there both? I don't know the catalog of Resident Evil games that well off the top of my head. Because there's a lot of them. And a good chunk of them got a lot of different versions. Which aren't actually, for the most part, different from each other. But in the case of this one, I think there is, like, mild differences between a bunch of them. Of course, that tangent doesn't really help my pathing issue. No, let's not worry about bringing Rebecca right now.
What should I do now? If you go out to search for the other members, how about letting me come with you?
Because I don't think she can do anything other than
It's
the
pretty
stuff she
dangerous
has to
outside.
do.
Let me take care of it.
I understand. For now, I'll wait here. Since there are a lot of chemicals in this room and they might be useful.
But I think she can
Well,
get attacked?
I'll look over the
I'm not
chemicals.
sure. Which is why I'm not just dragging her along behind me. Let's go back over here again. This is an armor door, and then this one was one we could go through. Was this where the Star Crest was? I think it was. Not quite. Oh, right. This is the awful room full of awful things. But this was the Star Crest hallway, which is not where I really wanted to be either. This is the downside to this genre of game. Like, not even just Resident Evil in particular, just this genre in general. You can easily end up stuck in an awkward position where you're just gonna be in a frustration loop until you can break out of it. Which, so far, I'm not getting aggravated, I'm mostly just getting a little checked out at this point, because it's like, well, can't go that way, can't go that way. Doing this just gets me killed. What can I do? And the what can you do question is tricky at times. Because in large part, we have to
Well,
figure out
What should I do now? If you go out to
where
search
the
for
missing
other
piece
members,
is.
How about letting me come with you?
It's pretty dangerous outside. Let me take care of it.
I understand. For now, I'll wait here. Since there are a lot of chemicals in this room and they might be useful. Well, I'll look over the
If I hadn't
chemicals.
wasted so much health or wasted so much ammo, we would absolutely be having a much less significant problem here. But this is why I was talking about conserving both of those so much. I knew we were going to invariably end up in a position like this, though this happened earlier than I thought it was going to. I will say that. I really did think that I was going to be able to scoot through for a bit longer than this. Oh, right, I keep forgetting that this is the keypad door here. 'Cause I keep thinking, okay, we can get past this idiot here. Which technically you can, I think. I think if you wait from this shambles way all the way down to the end, you can do exactly this. You can just give him the old spinneroonie and leave. So that saves us a few bullets there, at least. Right, now we're back here again. That guy did a bad turn, but we thankfully got away from him anyway. Once we get through this doorway, I'm gonna look at the map again and take stock for a moment. Is up here on this floor. Was there any of these doors that didn't mention a specific symbol? The answer is the ones we just left behind is the keypad and a symbol. So we know the left-hand side is useless. Left-hand side's dead to us right now. Right-hand side, one of those 4 doors might have not needed a symbol. I do recall there being at least one armor door over there, and I think there was a helmet door on that end too. But I think some of them were also, like, locked from the inside and things like that. But at the rate we're going, it can't hurt to check, because we've been checking and dying in all the other directions anyway. So we may as well find out. Yeah, that's an armor door there. No. A little dance, have a little fun. This is... yeah, this is also an armor door. This one I think was just open? Yeah, this would be a good way to dodge that guy for a second. Did this lead anywhere? Oh, right, it leads to this jerk. This is this room. Actually, while we're in this screen, bullets. Can't believe I didn't deal with this guy before. Actually, I think we died one of the times I had dealt with him. He also has his friend down the end of that hallway. So that's the loop over there. Yeah, I think literally this entire side is like armor doors. The door past him. No, there's a chance that might be something. I don't think that's gonna hit. There we go, he's dead. Again. This is a door we've been in before. I think this one required a specific key too. Yeah, this was the helmet door. So this entire endeavor was a waste. Like, it'll help us in the future when we have the armor key and have to come through here opening like 5 doors. Problem I'm running into is I feel like I'm supposed to have the... I feel like I'm supposed to be able to get the armor key at this point. But there's a piece missing in my head, I think. Yeah, this is a locked from the inside one, so we can't just open that door from this side instead of having to go around through hell. Not that it'll help too much, because all that would do is get us access into hell. So it doesn't particularly help too much. But we're kind of in a position of, do I reset just for the efficiency of having my health items back? Because I could probably do the pathing a bit better. But then I'll run into the problem of remembering what I didn't do. And that becomes a whole other problem. So I don't know if that amounts to anything. Yeah, there's the broken doorknob door there. So this whole side's useless. So I think I was right. I think the 2 areas I have access to downstairs are the only places I can go. So either the Star Crest is necessary for something that gets me one of the keys, or I am remembering wrong about how the sequence with Rebecca works. Because technically there's actually more than one thing Rebecca does. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it more. But I don't remember if that's something she does on this side or not. So I don't remember if Jill interacts with Rebecca much. So I don't remember if both things Rebecca does in this game are both on Chris's side, or if one's on Chris's side and one's on Jill's side. Is that again is the downside to there being two separate paths through this game? Is if you've seen both paths, they will just blur together. So I've just got an amalgam of information in my skull as far as this game is concerned. And I'm trying to sift through it to create a path. And boy, can I just say that that's an experience. Now we're back to this guy. This door leads us back into the loop room. And we're dead. That's what I was afraid of, because that hallway's just too damn narrow. But I didn't want to burn the handful of remaining bullets I had to deal with them. But it doesn't matter, we've proven that going back up there was pointless. Because none of those doors open, so I have to either go through the dog room or the other path we were on before that is already starting to fade in my brain. Now, if I were a wiser man, I would have watched one of the playthroughs I remember watching. So I would have had fresher information. But God forbid I do that.
I wonder if everybody is...
Everybody is in fact dead, Rebecca. Including my hopes and dreams of clearing this quickly. Let's keep that desk key with us for the moment. So that might cause me inventory issues. No, let's not keep that desk key on me right now. Because we're gonna be getting one if I do go over to the side where that bathroom is, which is where I think I have to go.
Well, what should I do now? If you go out to search for the other members, how about letting me come with you?
Actually, you know what? No.
All right,
Rebecca,
let's
come on.
do it.
Yes, sir. I'll do my best. I have to prepare something. Would you like to go ahead?
Okay, I think with that prompt, I think that's it telling me that I don't have the right flag for her to do the thing then. So that confirms my suspicion. I need the right situation for her to follow me. So that was a much shorter dialogue, I think. To say yes and then have her say no, than for me to have told her no. Now, I really wish I could keep these damn paths correct in my brain, but they're really running together in my head. I think this was the one I don't want. The one over here that I'm now at risk of dying for. But I've committed at this point. Just so many armor doors everywhere. Like, I think the armor key is the one that opens the single most doors in the game. I don't know that, I just think that that's true. Yeah, I was doomed no matter what I did there. With how close that other zombie was, I had no choice. I either needed to try to push past the one I'd already shot in the hopes that staggering it worked, or I needed to have shot the other one first. This is the problem with the health situation we're in right now. is I have so little in the way of options, and some of these hallways are so awkward. Like, you would think, oh, that's for tension and everything, and it doesn't really do that. At least not after the, like, 10th death. There's only so many times you could die to the same thing and still have it affect you at all.
Well, what should I do now? If you go out to search for the other members, how about letting me come with you?
It's kind of the same reason why those, like, cheap jump scare horror games don't do anything
Yes,
to me
sir.
at all.
I'll do my best. I have to prepare something. Would you like to go ahead?
Is you just die, repeat, and the death doesn't particularly matter? It just, after a few times, it just becomes a case of like, well, I guess I just have to spend the time redoing this bit again. Because that's the double-edged sword to the fact that a lot of these have minimal consequences to death. Is like, our only consequence, as long as you save, is going back to the last place you saved. God damn it! I don't know how we survived that time, but I'll take it. Why did he survive so many shots? Doesn't matter, it worked out, but, like, why did he survive more shots than usual? I have to assume there's some damage variance there. Oh, right. That's why I decided that this doesn't go anywhere, is because it technically doesn't. Well, it does, but it doesn't. You know what I should have done? I should have brought the damn bag of chemical with me to see if I'm remembering that wrong, too. As you can see, you just get slapped if you try to go this way. I don't think it hurts you, I think it just impedes you from going this way. There is something on that wall, and I think that's what I think that's the shield key, based on the way that looks. It appears to be a key mounted on a shield pedestal, so it seems pretty clear that that's probably what that is. But I'm pretty confident I need the chemicals for that, but what I'm afraid of is I think I need something in addition to the chemicals to do that bit. These guys are more durable. Look at that. Look at how many bullets that guy took and just kept right on trucking. This is why really isn't a great strategy to try to shoot through them. And I'm pretty sure there is like a trick to popping their heads more readily, but I don't know if that's in this version or if that's a director's cut thing, or if that's only later games as well. Because I know there's a whole thing where if you like aim up, fuck's sake. There's a whole thing where if you aim up in the right spots and such, you'll get the head much more easily and things like that. But I want to say in this one, aiming up is not as helpful and is mostly for the birds and such. I'm not 100% sure on that, but ammo's been so tight that I can't really justify testing that. Aside from the obvious, I'm dying so often, does it really even matter? Or question mark. And the reason I canceled going back to that save is A, I didn't intend to go back to that save, and B, going back to that save's kind of pointless, because if I was going to use that save, I may as well just restart the game. Okay, now that's just being weird. Okay.
Well, what should I do now? If you go out to search for the other members, how about letting me come with you?
So helpful, Rebecca, if you just at
It's
least like
pretty
gave me that
dangerous
little
outside.
medical pouch
Let
you've
me
got
take
there.
care of it.
Though I'm betting she probably used
I
everything in it,
understand.
thinking
For
about it.
now, I'll wait here.
So there's probably
Since
just
there are
nothing she
a lot of
has to
chemicals in
help
this
with
room,
anyway.
it might be useful. Well, I'll look over the chemicals.
Oh, actually, I immediately did the same thing again, but I was just talking about bringing the chemicals with me. So, I suspect that when I said I needed more than this, I think I'm getting two separate sequences that involve a similar thing mixed up. So let's get back over to where the plant was. Okay, we survived that time, and I still am unsure why we sometimes survive, sometimes don't. Just open fire immediately. I don't have time to fuck about with this guy. Him down. Reload the gun. Is the other guy's like... I don't know, he's not as close this time. He got confused. Such a heavy use of my ammo, but I feel like I don't have a choice to keep this hallway functional for me. So this is the wrong way. I think the plant was the other way, wasn't it? Oh no, this is the plant room. Perfect. Okay, yeah, I was mixing the sequences up. Okay. Yeah, because this will kill the plant and give us access to that key. I'm not sure if I'm mixing the characters' pathing up as far as that goes, or if there's just another sequence with a murder plant later in Chris's sequence. But we have another key now. And I forgot that these are all labeled mansion key until you check them. Yeah, this is the armor key. This solves all of our problems. I knew I was getting jammed up on something stupid. Did this one actually have a label on it? Oh, right, this was the sword key. Okay. So maybe Jill doesn't bypass those. This is another one of the things that was making it difficult for me to just go for this game on as my own thought, because I'm going to say so many of these things that are incorrect because this memory of mine for this is such a jumble. You're not dead. Why aren't you getting back up? There he goes. Just had to waste a couple more bullets on him, I guess. We are so SOL on ammo now, though. We have 8 bullets. But I think it was necessary because we need to be able to get in and out of here. Because there's so many doors down here. And I don't remember if we went in all of these doors when we kept coming down here and dying. No, we didn't, because there's this. Some tigers have a red eye and a blue eye. Yeah, remember that blue gem? Yeah. Yeah, it's necessary for that. But we don't have the red gem, so I think it can probably stay in storage for now. I think that might be the only door I didn't go in. Yeah, this uses the sword key. This is the one we went in earlier and then came out and died. No, we didn't go in this one. Nothing special. None of them looks useful. Oh no, it's a zombie. I blew his arm off. Oh hey, shotgun shells. Hooray for the shotgun that I still am not allowed to have yet. He's not done yet. And I'm pretty sure. Unless him losing the arm was enough to stop him. Nope. Of course it wasn't. And we are out of bullets. Okay, good. That was enough to kill him, though. Okay, now we can look at the thing. Keeper's Diary. May 9th, 1998. At night, we played poker with Scott the Guard, alias, and Steve the Researcher. Steve was really lucky, but I think he was cheating. What a scumbag. May 10th, 1998. Today, a high-ranking researcher asked me to take care of a new monster. It looked like a gorilla without any skin. They told me to feed them live food. When I threw in a pig, they were playing with it, tearing off the pig's legs and pulling out the guts before they actually ate it. May 11th, 1998. Around 5 o'clock this morning, Scott came in and woke me up suddenly. He was wearing a protection suit that looked like a spacesuit. He told me to put one on as well. I heard there was an accident in the basement lab. It's no wonder that these researchers never rest, even at night. May 12th, 1998. I've been wearing this annoying spacesuit since yesterday. My skin grows musty and it feels very itchy. By way of revenge, I didn't feed those dogs today. Now I feel better. May 13th, 1998. I went to the medical room because my back is all swollen and feels itchy. They put a big bandage on my back and the doctor told me I did not need to wear the spacesuit anymore. I guess I can sleep well tonight. May 14th, 1998. When I woke up this morning, I found another blister on my foot. It was annoying and ended up dragging my foot as I went to the dog's pen. They've been quiet since morning, which is very unusual. I found that some of them had escaped. I'll be in real trouble if the higher-ups find out. May 15th, 1998. Even though I didn't feel well, I decided to go see Nancy. It's my first day off in a long time, but I was stopped by the guard on the way out. They say the company has ordered that no one leave the grounds. I can't even make a phone call. What kind of joke is this? May 16th, 1998. I heard a researcher who tried to escape from this mansion was shot last night. My entire body feels burning and itchy at night. When I was scratching the swelling on my arm, a lump of rotten flesh dropped off. What the hell's happening to me? May 19th, 1998. Fever gone, but itchy. Hungry and eat doggy food. Itchy, itchy, Scott came. Ugly face, so killed him. Tasty. 4. Itchy, tasty. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with that specific line at the end there. This is one of those things that just kind of got carried on for a while. So, yeah, these guys kind of got infected with a thing, and now, well, they're like that guy on the ground over there now. Eventually, they just got really hungry. You know, we have a full clip of ammo again, but let's be real here, that's only gonna last us so much. But it's better than nothing. It's certainly a better position than we were in before we got here. But we didn't gain anything significant from that. Now, our largest issue at hand right now... Oh, we're back in this room. Okay. I think I did just make a bad assumption as to what room I was in, then. Because now we're back in the piano room. But we're also back in the original hallway. Yeah, this one's locked from the inside. Because down here's the guy that's eating Scott. So right here is the main room again. Which means we can actually make use of the armor key and actually start making progress. There's a problem, though. Well, technically there's a couple problems, but there's only one or two major problems right now. One of which being we don't have any ink ribbons left. So I have to find one before I can save. And that ties into our other problem of the fact that we are basically a walking corpse right now. Like, unlike the other walking corpses around here. Okay. More ammo, which is good. But I will say, consider the position we would be in if I hadn't picked up the ammo off of our fallen teammate. Just think about that for a minute. Something moving. That left the room. I thought the switch on the wall was supposed to do something, because for some reason I thought there was gonna be like a light in that room from the orb or something. Now having picked up more bullets, I'm feeling slightly more confident, but I would be much more confident if I had any health. I'm gonna pop back in here because I don't remember if this was before or after I'd grabbed these ink ribbons. I'm pretty sure it was after. I'm pretty sure the ink ribbon we used with Rebecca was one of these two ink ribbons. Yeah, because the cheeky prank zombie's gone, so... That's dead in the water at the moment. And this was the door that led to the dogs, wasn't it? Yeah, that's a sword key door. Ah, this key's useless now. There we go, sword key's used up. That's the nice thing about this game, is it'll tell you when a key doesn't do anything anymore. But we're not going through that door because that's the dog door. We're gonna go upstairs and use more of the armor key doors instead and see if I can find something to help me not die. I just gotta be careful because some of those are gonna lead to danger too. But on the bright side, we're making progress again. We've made a breakthrough. This key, like I'd mentioned before, opens up so much. Like, it opens basically the entire second floor, as we've seen. Is almost every other door up here that was locked needed the armor key. Definitely makes me glad that it wasn't the shield key like I thought it was. Hey, this guy's still up and around. Too far back. God damn it, game. I don't really want to get closer to him. Okay, I don't know how I didn't hit any... Is he dead? He might be dead. Well, I just wasted a bunch of bullets then, didn't I? Being super cautious because we can't afford to get hit. If we get hit, it's over. There's an herb. But is it a trap? Doesn't appear to be. Oh, there's more than one herb here. This is exactly what we needed. Which is exactly why my first reflex was, is this a trap? There's a dead guy there. I forget, can you combine two greens? You can. There we go. Now we're back in fine for the first time in like half this playthrough. Richard had more bullets. Wasn't he... I thought Richard was the one that was poisoned. So maybe it is in Jill's reality that you can do that whole sequence. I'm so glad my reflexes kicked in there. Like, I just happened to backstep the second I saw that hand. Oh boy. That, I think, is the researchers. The ones in the white coats there that are spitting. So I think there's actually, like, a defined difference between the various zombies that are walking around here. Like, I think the first ones you run into are, like, the groundskeepers and some of the other staff, and then the tougher ones are... I'm not sure who those are. Then these, I'm pretty sure, are researchers. There's, like, the 4 itchy... Actually, no, the keepers were the 4 itchy tasty guys. So maybe those are the tough ones. That's a shield door. Okay. And I might be worrying about nothing with the knocking zombies down thing, because I could have swore that if it was going to be an issue, we would have been given something to solve that. So maybe I'm getting regular and director's cut mixed up or something. Don't leftovers dead zombies turn into crimson heads? Isn't that a thing? Because I know they're supposed to turn into crimson heads at some point, but I don't remember what point that happens at. Too dark to see anything. Okay, sure. I can't do anything in there yet. And even though there's a whole set of planets on this wall and a clock, we can't do anything with that either. Okay. So I guess we have to come back with a light source. Which, ironically enough, I think ties into what I was just talking about. So I'll just lay this thought out, since I've already more or less put the whole thought out there. I thought it was supposed to have a lighter at some point as well. By the point where the Crimson Heads were going to be an issue. And you were supposed to burn bodies so that they don't rise again as Crimson Heads. So I think... I forget if shooting the heads off was another solution to that or not. Again, so much muddled memory involved with this game. Either way, we've cleared out another section here. We gained a fair bit from that. This fancy door, obviously, is going to be fairly important. Because why would this door be so fancy otherwise? Right, it's this room. This puzzle, I seem to recall, is a little troublesome. So I think there's a whole thing where you're getting gassed and you need to cover both of the vents in time to not die or something like that. But as you can see, covering it's not really the most consistent thing. Also, interesting thing I've been noticing is it's an odd one, so I'm going to point it out. There's 2 bitrate monitors on the dashboard. One of them has been a perfect flat line the entire session. The other one, that's the normal one that is there by default, is incredibly spiky. So I don't know which one of the two is telling me the truth, or if neither of them is telling me the truth. I just find that interesting, so I wanted to point that out. I know none of y'all can see that. Which is the other reason why I just like, you know what, I might as well just point this out. The thing. Something can be seen in the showcase. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you need to press the button in the middle here to open the showcase. And then do that whole pushing them onto the vents to not die thing. Do I push this one onto that vent now or later is the question mark. I feel like I can press the button. No, I need the statue to press the button. Which means I then push the statue through the thing? Or can I just bust this open? Nope, can't bust it open. Alright. We might die here. We might lose a lot of progress if I die here. Have I done it wrong? That does not seem to have pressed the button. Maybe it's the other one that I need to push onto the button. 'Cause I don't think these need to be, like, rearranged so that they're looking at each other or anything. Just I don't think. I unfortunately have not enough memory of some parts of this. Maybe I'm not supposed to do this yet, slash this isn't a Chris problem, but I feel like you have to do this because we have access to this room. Unless this is genuinely a case of, like, I need to just make the tiniest of adjustments so it gets where it's supposed to be. No, because now I'm past it again. I'm gonna come back to this room. I feel like I'm forgetting something. So we will deal with that in the future. This is one we've already been in. I'm not 100% sure of anything anymore. Yep, we've definitely been here. That's a familiar looking asshole just hanging around. And then there's this door, which I think is the looping door, right? Yeah. Pretty sure it is, anyway. Wasn't it like a helmet key or something down the end of that hallway? I think it was. So I think we've actually, ironically enough, done what we can do up here. Or with the armor key. Despite the fact that I said the armor key was going to be that useful. Because I know that key's important. And it did get us a lot more bullets. And some health. But it did not get us forward progress. We know where the tiger statue is that needs the 2 gems. We've used the chemicals now. We've used up the sword key, so we don't have that kicking around anymore. We still need to get the helmet key and the shield key. As well as remembering where the old shotgun is so we can get the shotgun. Though I may forego the shotgun entirely anyway. Depending on what else we can get our hands on. There's really not anything for me to put away. And we still have this desk key that I cannot remember where the desk is. Because we technically have 2 desk keys in play, is we could go get the one that's in the bathroom again at this point. But I've not found the desk that either of them go to. That door is still locked from the inside, so we can't go that way. Yeah, there's still zombies at either end here. Aha! This was an armor key door as well. Good thing I checked. I was taking a drink! Rude. Got what game I was playing for a minute there, apparently. A game where they will just jump you through any goddamn doorway. Well, there went some of that fresh health. And a lot of the ammo. Again. But I think this room is useful. At the very least, it connects us to more rooms, and the more rooms we connect to, the more likely we are to find something we actually need. Researchers will. My dear Alma, the fact that you have received this letter is both a joy and a sadness for me. I could not even talk to you because of that guy in the sunglasses. Alma, be calm and read this. I think I've told you that I moved to a pharmaceutical company's lab. They headhunted me. Last month, there was an accident in the lab, and the virus we were studying escaped. All my colleagues who were infected by the virus are dead. To be accurate, they've become the living dead. They still wander around. Some of them are knocking on my room door desperately right now. There's no sign of intelligence in their eyes. That cursed virus takes away all humanity from the human brain. Love, joy, sorrow, fear, humor, eternally. And Alma, even the memories of the days I spent with you. Yes, I'm infected. I did everything I could, but I can only delay the progress by a few days. The most frightening thing is that I forget more about you every day. So I chose a peaceful death rather than becoming the living dead. Within an hour, I'll have entered my eternal sleep. I do hope you'll understand my decision. Goodbye and forever yours, Martin Crackhorn. Yeah, it really is a hell of a situation to be in when you know you're doomed. And you've already watched all of your colleagues go the same way. Aha, someone has searched here already. There appears to be a switch. There we go. I agree, Chris. Very curious. Now, what did that do for me? Ah, I can push this now. But I suspect I've pushed it the wrong way. So I guess I was supposed to be able to squeeze in next to it. Push it the other way around. Ignoring the fact that I pushed it the way that seemed obvious. Yeah, I can squeeze in there. Okay, sure. Her thing, video game. But there appears to be nothing there either way. Ah, it's because I can push this, I guess? Chris, please. Continue pushing, please. Or not? Maybe I'm supposed to push it the other way, then? Ah, there is something back there. Yeah, that was the whole point, was to get the aquarium out of the way, to get the bookshelf out of the way, to get at this. Which gets us more shotgun shells that I can't use. Yay! Joyous day. I'm glad I found secret bullets I can't use. The secret is the fact that I can't use them. There's the lighter. I knew it existed. So now is when I should be more concerned about disposing of zombies, then. Oh, there's something back here. More shotgun shells. Well, at least we'll have a good amount of shotgun shells when we eventually gain the ability to use the shotgun. We have a red herb to go with all the herbs I've already used up. Really wishing I had held on to one of those greens right about now, but if I hadn't, I think we'd be dead right now, so... 6 of one, half dozen of the other, I suppose, at the end of the day. Nothing else, nothing else. Okay. So, good news, opening this door helped us a bit. Bad news, I need to remember, I think, where that room that we needed light in is now. 'Cause I'm pretty sure the lighter is what you use to light that room, as well as using it to dispose of zombies more permanently. But I think the lighter has limited fuel? I'm not 100% on that thought either. Why did pulling the gun up change the camera angle? Why? I might have fucked myself. Just gonna reset this. Because we just happen to be on a camera change spot. Oh, that's so bad. Would going the other way matter at all? Stairs are to our left. No, I'm still pretty sure that that was like a helmet or a shield door over there. I'm pretty confident that that's not a door we can open down that end of the hallway. So dealing with the guy I was facing there is useless. Dealing with the guy down here is necessary to within a certain margin. Go ahead and just back up to here and wait for him to approach. Okay, for demonstration purposes, but you can't use it here. Do I need to wait for the blood pool to finish? I guess I can't set this guy on fire. Am I remembering things wrong? Is that just not a thing in this version that I need to worry about? Because if so, I'm very happy about that. I'm going to just assume that that's the case then. Maybe Crimson Heads were added in the director's cut and that's why I'm confused? Go ahead and tell me on that one, Melon, because I genuinely I'm confused by that, but I already know the answer, so... a little clarity will go a long way on that one. He's just bebopping along. I might be able to get away from this one. Yep, there we go. Okay, so down this end of the upper floor is no longer useful to us for the moment. The door at the end there needed the shield key, I think it was? And then the other one, I think, was the helmet. So neither of those are openable. I could go back to the other end up here, past where we dropped the statue to go open those doors. And I guess I probably should. I'm pretty sure I have to. Alright, scoot past that guy. At least we had a relatively easy time getting through this hallway right now. I think there's still the one zombie left behind in here. Yeah. I don't know if that's entirely true. You're fine. Okay, that's a helmet door. Okay, so this going over here was pointless. Oh, shit. Oh, downstairs might have more key doors. Wasn't this guy a different design before, too? I feel like he changed. So I could have sworn all the ones in there were... No, maybe they were all the white shirts like this guy that were tougher. I'm just gonna duck into Rebecca's room here. Or for a second, gather my thoughts, since this whole area is still riddled with zombies. You are sitting down now. Did something change?
Ah, Chris! This room is fully equipped with medical supplies. I can treat you, except for your major injury. Would you like me to?
Oh, now you can heal me. Yes, please.
Yes, please do something for me, temporarily.
Yeah, no, I remember them being crazy. That's why I was being so careful to avoid triggering them existing. There's so
Most
much
of these
mixed
medicines are
memory
from
because of
Umbrella.
all the different versions.
What's Umbrella?
Don't you know? It's a large-scale pharmaceutical company based in Raccoon City.
Oh, I see. And do you know how much of the medicine is usable?
Well, probably there is enough for 2 doses.
Okay, so there's only 2 more heals left here, but at the very least that solves my problem for the moment. I'm just gonna take a quick look because this is gonna bug me. Appearances. Okay, yeah, it is only the remake and onward, it looks like. This just lists Resident Evil 2002 on the wiki. So I'm worrying myself over nothing. Okay. That makes that easier, at least. 'Cause I was pretty confident that I needed to have the fuel mechanic in order for that to be a problem. But again, the mixed memory was just enough to make me worried about that. Because that was a big part of why I was avoiding getting rid of more zombies than I had to, because I remembered that leaving them laying around was a problem. But I should have remembered they would stick around, I think, if they were going to change. We still didn't use the emblem. How's it going, Legend Killer? Still don't think the best keel used at this exact second. I don't remember where the emblem's used, but we'll deal with it later. Yeah, you know, just a little bit. So far so good. But aside from slow brain because of heat and memory issues. And welcome in, Neighborly Sheep Poster. Hope you're doing well. Away from these guys for a second. There's a little bit of context for everybody that's been coming in later on. I have never finished this game myself, but there's obviously a lot of people who have played through this dozens of times. I've watched this done repeatedly because it is such a well-documented and well-covered game. But it's been a bit, so there's been a lot of brain mix-up Which, you know, y'all witnessed the type of brain mix-up in the confusion about Crimson Heads there. There we go. We can open this door with the armor key. It's like, I thought I was supposed to have the armor key earlier than now, which is where I was having such a clusterfuck. There we go. There's the old shotgun that I was looking for a while as well. Is we can put this in place to get the real shotgun. And yeah, it is a good game. Not really super my thing specifically. Is that, as I've talked about when I did Alone in the Dark, and just in general when I've spoken on survival horror, it has some unfortunate aspects that I don't especially care for. Specifically, the fact that they are more or less designed to punish you the first time you're playing, because you will have to know where you're going to not end up having resource issues in a lot of cases, which can be very unfortunate. Like, they're very good for those that will learn a game and play it repeatedly, because you can learn quite a lot in these, but they can be very unfortunate from a first-timer perspective. Like, they have a lot of the same aspects of an exploration that I enjoy from Metroidvanias, but the exploration also has a few unnecessary layers to it, because there are plenty of situations where it feels like what they ask of you is somewhat arbitrary. Like, for example, that room with the two statues, the switch, and the display case. You would figure, hey, we're in a desperate situation. Just break the goddamn display case. Don't mess about with pushing these statues around to make the thing open. And then there's the whole thing with all of these weirdly labeled doors that all need very specific keys. That kind of thing drives me up the wall, because, like, I don't care who you are. More than likely you could figure out a way to deal with a locked door that doesn't need going and finding its very specific key. Because again, this is a rather dire situation. It's not like we have to be polite about this. And then there's the ink ribbon thing. The ink ribbon thing in particular, I do not care for. Because it again punishes people unnecessarily, I would say. Is like, we, for example, had a whole, like, 4 ink ribbons, I think, total so far. Was I wasteful with them? Somewhat, yes, because I was being very careful with my saves and saving often, which is what 9 games out of 10 teach you to do. This, however, is a type of game that punishes you for saving often, because you then cannot continue to save. And I'm pretty sure I have to go through the dog room at this point. But I just wanted to outline those thoughts before I was in the mix again here. Yeah, exactly. And don't get me wrong, there's a benefit to having it, but it's just not without its downsides is the point I'm trying to get at there. Yep, they just happened to land in such a way that I couldn't squeeze through there that time. I think if I delayed a little bit, I could have swung around the other side of the dog, but one hit's fine. Because we're still in green health after I've been healed by Rebecca, so that's fine. We're in much better shape than we've been at any of the other times I came in here, and I forgot to drop off the shotgun before coming over this way, though. So we're gonna have a bit of an inventory issue, but thankfully that was the last armor door, so we don't need to worry about the armor key anymore. So at least that balances out. Right, this is how we get outside. Let's not go there yet. I don't remember if that's a dead-end hallway there or if that leads further out. No, that is a dead-end hallway. I should just go get what's in there then. I just don't remember if the dogs can get at you in there or not. But that's a lesser issue comparatively. Yep, they can just hop over. There's a bunch of herbs and such there. Yep, and now the other one hopped over too. Okay, great. Considering our ammo situation, I could deal with them. But we'll just put a pin in that for now. Because I feel like I'm going to lose as much as I gain at this exact second on that one. I don't really think I want to grab this desk key right now, but I'm at least going to open up the fact that it exists. And unplug this tub. The reason why I don't think I want to pick up the desk key right now is we do only have one open inventory slot. Yeah, as was mentioned with the fact that they remove the ink ribbon thing, or at least loosen it as they progress, and then eventually remove it. That's kind of the thing here, in particular, is this is the first game in a series, so it does have a few first game issues. Do not take any of what I'm saying to mean that this is a bad game, or that I hate it, or any of that. I'm just pointing out the downsides to it while we also acknowledge the positives. I could sit here and praise this all I want, but that's the same thing the majority of people that have interacted with this do. So I'd rather make sure to give you all my actual balanced thoughts on this instead of only telling you one side of it. There we go. And now we can leave with the shotgun, which will solve a lot of our enemy issues, at least for a bit. Which, now that we have the shotgun, I could use the shotgun to deal with the dog problem. But I don't think that would be worth it, because we only have so many shells. I think I would rather use the pistol for that, now that we have access to the shotgun. Pistol ammo is less of an issue. Like, obviously, I shouldn't waste it completely needlessly. Okay, he's got a pool of blood spreading out, so he's done. Lock this door. This is the one that leads to the storage room, I believe. Yeah. So let's go ahead and drop off a thing or so we have a little bit more space, and then go grab that desk key. Is that the inventory situation is another thing I would file under first game issue. Like, they were still figuring out how they wanted to handle things like this for the series. Like, obviously, Capcom's been making stuff for a good bit by the time they got to this, but this is also not necessarily something they've done before. Like, I believe by this point, one or two things in a similar vein would have been done by them, maybe. But they wouldn't have done a ton of survival horror or anything, considering this is a progenitor of that to a certain degree. Or at least something that popularized it. Because I believe the earliest Alone in the Dark predates this. In fact, I'm pretty confident the first Alone in the Dark predates this. But it helped push the genre more into the open. I did not end up moving as much inventory as I thought there, because I forgot what exactly I had on me. And you'll notice I took the shells out and then put them back, because I realized I would be down to 1 inventory space if I took them with me, and I need to keep the pistol bullets on me. For the moment, still. So I was kind of stuck in a damned if I do, damned if I don't. Have we even been through these double doors here? I don't remember double doors like this. Yeah, this did lead back to where we were. I think I'm just too used to going this way through it, so I didn't even think about it too much. Because they look completely different on this side. And because of the way it's rendered. Not quite the right word I wanted for it, but it'll do. It'll do for the thought. Yeah, this is the puzzle room where we get the Star Crest. We still have not seen where we need the Star Crest yet, so I'm gonna leave that behind. Oh, God damn it! Where did you come from? You were not here when I left. I take a second to go check a notification that popped up, and you just pop out of nowhere. You son of a bitch. Yeah, that's right, you ain't done yet. That's what I thought. You're done now. Can't do anything, I swear. Now let me finish getting rid of that notification so it doesn't bother me. Ow, okay. And it was something completely irrelevant, too. Wonderful. Deal with that while I saw it. Yeah, he came from this little hallway here, but I didn't expect there to be a zombie there, considering we had dealt with one right around the corner from that. So I'm pretty sure there's another place yep, I have to deal with dogs. Why am I even fighting you? I forgot how squirrely they are with their movement. So trying to shoot them is a fool's errand. We also can't even go that way yet anyway. So that one just said it's locked. It didn't even say what it was locked with. And maybe the panel next to it did something, but I didn't have time to check that. If I had sat there to check that, the dog would have killed me. Aren't we reasonably close to where the path back to the... Yeah. I'm gonna go get that red herb, mix it with this green one, and fix ourselves. I could try to make a run for where Rebecca is to get her to heal me, but I don't trust that idea. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna take a wrong turn at Albuquerque and end up in hell. This all would be so much easier if I just hadn't used up too many of my ink ribbons early on, and I fully acknowledge that. But I don't think anybody should be surprised by that playing out. There we go, now we have full health again. It triples the effect of green as we were told, and I'm pretty sure the green-red combo is literally a full heal, or is it double green-red? So I think you only mix 2 in this game. I don't think you do triple mixes in this one. So I think it is just green-red for full heal. But again, it's all just a jumble up top, so I don't know. We're almost out of pistol bullets. We can go get more herbs. I know, let's combine the shotgun and the pistol. That'll be a great plan. Now that's back where the other dog is. That's not the dog I'm concerned with. The dog I'm concerned with, I think, was over this way. Because we need to go back through the metal door. That I think was down here. Is it down here? Yeah, it's this door, I'm pretty sure. Because I realized, oh, this is a dead-end room, I should go back in it. And then that's when we got jumped by the dogs. Really, that didn't hit him, huh? Wow, multiple shotgun blasts and they're still alive, huh? I'm starting to regret my decisions. That's better, though. That's how a shotgun's meant to be used. Narrow corridor. Delete problem. Yeah, look at all of these green herbs. This is gonna solve our problems for a little bit. I'm not sure it was worth basically an entire set of shotgun shells. There's two more herbs there as well. Though this was a purely optional room. So let's go drop off the 4 herbs, and then we'll come back and grab the other 2. But that should help get us out of our sticky situation that we've been in for a bit here. And I don't think I'll worry about mixing them right now. Aside from the one I'll be carrying, I might mix just so we can keep an inventory space. And we'll obviously be grabbing some of our shotgun shells. We also have to remember, we only have so much space in this box as well. We'll leave the one spare shotgun shell behind and in the box for the moment. Is there anything I want to grab out of here before we go? Yeah, there is thankfully a decent amount of space in these boxes. But you can eventually run out of space if you really are hoarding hard. I probably shouldn't keep the shotgun out because I'm going to reflexively fire at a zombie and blast him with the shotgun unintentionally. Ignoring the fact that we have more shotgun shells left than we have pistol rounds, I still would rather run out of pistol rounds rather than waste shells unnecessarily. We do still have that dog in the one hallway. That's a problem. I'm actually hitting a point where I'm running out of ideas as to where to go again, though. I feel like I forgot a door somewhere again. Well, there's the room right underneath, back where we went initially. Right next to where the path we took to get to where the dogs initially jumped out. Oh, it is. So there's a possibility of something there. So I feel like that wasn't an armor key door. That was another key that we can't use, that we don't have. I could go get the Star Crest and go put that away in storage. I don't remember where the red gem is, but we know where that goes, and we know that we need it. I can't think of what else I'm forgetting. Is to take stock of what we need. We need red gem, we need helmet key, shield key, passcode for door. Those are the known quantities that we know for a fact we need. And we need a music sheet for the piano. I want to say once we have the things I just listed, I think we're more or less in go mode, though. I think once we have those, that's enough to open up the end of the game. So, at the very least, I'm pretty sure the passcode is the main thing we need to get to more or less the end. Yeah, that's a helmet door, which is why we never went through there. This is where the dog bit me. I'm forgetting to go back and get those other 2 herbs that I literally said I was gonna go get. But we may as well go get the Star Crest while I'm here. This way I don't have to come all the way back over here for it. So let's see, newborn baby. Infant. And then boy. And we go to the completely blasted out young man picture here. Then we go to the middle-aged man. A very relatable portrait. And then the old man. Alright. Yeah, I know. Give you the piece of death. It would honestly have been very funny if the entire puzzle was you just needed to shoot the portrait once. Like, give me the piece of death, huh? Okay, the piece of a bullet. Bang. Puzzle solved. It's a shame that the music kicks up once you finish doing that. Because by the time you finish doing that, you're probably gonna be running out of the room to make sure you don't get mauled by birds. Let's go ahead and put the Star Crest away in storage, because we have... Since, remember, the storages are all connected, we can just get that from wherever once we know we need it. I haven't seen anywhere that I need that Star Crest yet. But on the bright side, we're doing a lot better at this point. Like, not only do we have more resources other than ink ribbons, we also have a lot more progress available to us. I wish I remembered where that room that it said there was a part that was too dark in, because actually I should grab the lighter. Because of exactly what I just said. Is that might be another thing that's hiding a piece of progress from us. I still haven't seen where to use the emblem, so I'm gonna leave that there. So I'm pretty sure the lighter is only for light in this particular version. Now that we've established that Crimson Heads don't exist in this reality and everyone rejoices. I need to stop forgetting to go grab those herbs as well, since we're right next to where those herbs are. Maver will top up my health using said herbs. We're in yellow right now, which isn't great, but it's not bad. Like, it's a damn sight better than we usually have been. On the bright side, though, with all the fighting we've done, we actually have reasonably free and clear passage around a lot of the map we're on right now. So it's mostly just a matter of solving the remaining mysteries we got going on here. That's the upside to the amount of gunfire and such I've had to engage in here. Even though it's left us with the downside of a lot of our ammo is gone. We do at least have some hope. But man, do I need to find an ink ribbon. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and munch one to go to green. Realistically, I should have waited until I went to caution to use any, but being super cautious. Right, that's the dog room. That's the dog hallway. We do need to go that way, though, I think, at this point. Because we need to go back. Because there's not anything else we can do over here that I can tell. Unless the room I was talking about is on this side and I forgot. I don't think it was. I think that was in the upstairs section we were in before. That has the dark room. At least I'm pretty sure that's the case. Actually, can you go up and down on this map? Yes, you can. Because I'm pretty sure the dark room is one of those two rooms in that upper right section. At least I'm reasonably sure that's over there. Wait. Duh, there's an easier way for me to get there than I'm being silly. Because we've connected up a bunch of places now, don't forget. So if we go back to where I was just using that storage room and go up those stairs, we can get back to there much faster. This is the point in the game where the navigation becomes a lot less of a clusterfuck, because you have access through so many doors now. It starts off a nightmare because you have to go all the way around your own ass to get to your elbow or to get anywhere, but as soon as that cleans up, the world is your oyster, which is why I said the armor key was going to do so much for us. Even if I forgot parts of what the actual benefit of it was. I think I'm going the wrong way, though. It's off of that staircase, it is on our left. So it's the door that we can sort of see right here. Or that I want. Because this is where the deer head was, and I think the deer head room was connected to the room I'm looking for. No, this is the one with the aquarium. It's the one across from here, I think, is the one I wanted. Theoretically. All of this is theoretical because everything is a jumble in my brain. Nope, I remembered wrong. This is not the room I was looking for. Where was that room? Is it the one down the other end? The one... Yeah, no, it was attached to the room where I said what I was talking about with, I think the spitting ones were the researchers. So it's not this hallway, it's the one straight down from here. The one at the very bottom right, I think, is where I was thinking of then. But I'm pretty sure I was correct in remembering that it was up here on the second floor. I know, I'm adjusting the goalposts and narrowing my aim. But it's fine. Does this take me the way I wanted to go, though? Should do, yeah. This is the area where I kept getting confused before. Is why I'm being particularly attentive to the map here. Yeah, because this is the way around I need to go to get to where I'm trying to get to. Oh, that guy's still alive. Well, alive-ish. I think it's that door that's between us right now that I want. This one. We already got rid of the zombie that was in this hallway here. No, not this hallway. The next hallway is where the zombie was. Yeah, it's this room over here that I think is the one I want. And that's assuming I'm right in thinking that the lighter is what I need to make light in there. But what else would make any light? It's not like we're gonna find a flashlight. But I think you actually, like, light these candles or something. Yep, that's exactly it. You light the candles. At least that's a sensible solution. Plus or minus leaving a bunch of lit candles just unattended in here when we leave. Just burn the whole damn mansion down. Oh. Oh. I mean, I'm glad to have more shotgun shells, but, I was kind of hoping for more than that. Huh. You know, maybe I should just let the mansion burn down. That would solve all of our problems. Plus or minus T-Virus getting out and everything because of fumes, etc. It's not like anything we're doing here is gonna stop it in the future anyway, considering. That's the shitty thing about knowing the future, huh? Is you know your actions don't matter. No matter what you do, it's going to end up happening anyway. Yeah, this was a shield door. Well, it didn't tell me that I don't need the lighter anymore, so I guess the lighter does have another use somewhere. But I don't need to worry about it yet. Not that I can think of anywhere else that I need a lighter to light up anything, but we can worry about that going forward. Not sure where that zombie went. I thought I was gonna run into him. Now we're back in the middle again. It's been a bit since we've been here, huh? In the nice, brightly lit middle of the mansion where nothing's happening. I am purposely coming back down here because I'm recentering myself to think. Try to remember where else we haven't been and haven't finished a thought. Because one of the places in question on that note actually is right off this room. Straight up and right from here. Here, the one immediately next to where we just came from is one of the potentials. Because I don't remember why we didn't go through that door down at the end of that hallway. I feel like there was either an enemy in the way or that's a locked door we couldn't open. And since we have no keys left that we haven't already disposed of, if it is a locked door, we're SOL. But I should at least go look. Because I genuinely don't remember. Oh, right, it's this room. So wait, there's a door in this room? And maybe I just, like, move this out of the way? No, I can't seem to move that. What this? Can Chris push this? No. Oh! Camera angles. That's why we never used this door. This is our missing piece then, almost certainly. Because if you look at that room, you have no way to tell that that doorway is there, as far as at least my eyes tell me. Hi, Carly boy. Okay, so there's more herbs in here. That would have solved our problem a lot earlier if I'd realized this room was here, but I might have gotten tripped. You don't have the key for this room. You know, that's, I think, the first time they specifically said that message to us. Telling us we didn't have the key for that room. Ink ribbon! Joyous day, all things are solved. Let's go ahead and run back and actually use one of these. Because we haven't saved, I think, in the last, like, hour and a half of gameplay. So we'll go ahead and go save in the middle room. And then we'll come back into there and figure out what else is going on over there. Because there's clearly a reason for that zombie to be down the other end there, you would figure. So I'm also going to need to go drop off something to make an inventory space. And it'll probably be the ink ribbon going into storage. Yeah. In between those last two saves, we've cracked the game wide open. Which is a wild thing to think about. Like, if I roll back to the number 4 save, we will be back in hell again. I don't know if I really want to deal with this guy, but I feel like I should. Just in case there is something behind him. That's where I reuse one of those desk keys. So, yes, there was something behind him. Does it matter? I don't know yet. We're gonna have to go find out. You know, in a weird sort of way, because of how confused I've been about where things are placed and things like that, I feel like I'm playing a goddamn randomizer, even though this is completely the vanilla experience. I think we can get back to where I'm trying to get to this way. Oh, but that's back through the dog hallway, though. Let's go the long way around just so we don't have to go through dog hallway. I don't fancy you getting my ankles bit while I'm just trying to get from one place to another. Though, actually, isn't there another storage room that's closer than the one I'm going to? No, I don't know if the Rebecca storage room is technically closer. Because it's just like a couple doors away going this way. Where did this zombie fuck off to, though? Did I kill him? I don't... Oh, wait, no, it's... This guy is the one that's still here. So he was moving pretty quick. He was real interested. Yeah, if we just go down here, we have a storage room conveniently right here. Well, relatively conveniently. This way we can clean out a bit of inventory, put the shotgun shells away, the ink ribbon away, and then go grab the desk key, go open that desk, see if that has anything important in it, which I'm assuming it doesn't, but it might. So actually, if I want to be particularly clever, I could go grab the bathroom desk key instead of taking this one out. But I feel like that's being unnecessarily clever. In a way that'll make this take entirely too long for its own good. And I said all that, and you know what I didn't grab? The desk key that was sitting in that box. There's gonna be a lot of running back and forth in our future, though, because I have so many things in storage now. So just bear with me as we end up doing said back and forth. There it is. And this is when I find out that these desk keys are actually different, even though they look exactly the same. And only one of them will open the desk that I'm intending to open. And then internal screaming may in fact become external screaming. Back around we go, running through. Do 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 do. So it's a good thing I killed that zombie that's guarding the desk completely. Otherwise, we'd have to go back again. Yeah, see, there's that guy. The one that disappeared for a bit, but is back now. Unless maybe he just appears at a specific end? Yeah, now he's back at the other end. So yeah, I think he just appears at the opposite end of that hallway from whichever door you enter the area from then. Which is why we kept not running into him for a little bit there. So he's actually an easy one to avoid then if he does just spawn at the opposite end. But that explains why we ran into one at either end of that hallway, even though I know for a fact I got rid of one of the two that was in that room. I just saw no reason to get rid of both of them because expenditure of ammunition. Please, desk, have something useful. Please, desk, have something cool. What? Ah, there we go. It was a prompt. Da-na-na-na. What do you know? More shotgun shells. How did they fit them in that little desk drawer? I feel like that doesn't fit there. What do I know? Well, that didn't solve anything, huh? What was back in here again? I know there's the crawler in here. What was... There was a door we couldn't open. Was there... Oh no, that's where we found the ink ribbon on the floor in here, right? There are herbs here. So that's good. Nothing major. Nothing major. Thankfully, Crawly Boy's real slow, so he's not really an issue. We can just kind of loop him and disregard him as a concept. It is actually really neat that they have a mirror that can reflect them and me at the same time without it being any kind of issue. Go ahead and grab that extra herb, though, and go ahead and just leave this behind until we get whatever key is needed for that door. Which, the fact that it doesn't tell us a symbol for it is interesting. I think that's the only other one that doesn't tell you what symbol it needs. Because I think there's just, like, 2 at all that don't tell you. So what am I forgetting otherwise? There's still the display case that I didn't open. Because I chickened out of that room because we hadn't saved in a while. And I'll be honest when I say I don't remember where that room was anymore. There's also the room past the dog up that long hallway up at the top there that we need to get into. There's the room on the left that you can see there. That's another one that we don't have the right key for. And then up on the second floor, we can't open the door over there on the bottom right because that's a shield door. Top left was a shield door and a passcode. And then the one on the top right there, I think, was the helmet door. It's either that or the one on the left is the helmet door, and then it's 2 shield doors on the right. I can't even guarantee that the other top one's not just 2 helmet doors, honestly. I seem to remember that there's 2 shield doors, but I might be wrong about that. Point being, we're stymied a little bit here. So, my best reasoning I can think of right now is to go over to the dog room again and try to get in there. So there's that arrow on the map right next to us, which is a little odd. I think that's Yeah, that's just the mansion arrow. That's just overlaying on this screen for some reason. So that's not a thing. Is the area where it was pointing was this room right here. It's pointing to that side room that had the two ink ribbons in it. That we used up so long ago. For some reason, I also remember there being a lot more sliding puzzles that you have to go through, but I think that's on Jill's side that I'm thinking of the other one. And they don't both have to do that slide puzzle. Okay, we got through there only getting bit once, so that's not that bad. I probably should have just went the long way around again instead of dealing with that, but it's fine. We have a lot more healing suddenly, so it's not as big an issue. This is the bathroom. That's the bathroom where you get the desk key that we still don't know what to do with. And if the desk we did open only had ammo in it, I'm willing to assume more than likely the other desk that we can open will probably also just have ammo in it, or something else that's non-mission critical. So I don't know if I'm too concerned about that at this juncture. I would rather focus on figuring out if my theory is correct that over here is where I need to go. Since we got extra shells immediately to hand, we'll go ahead and just blast this dog. It's a shame to have to put him down, but he's a zombie now, so he'll be okay. He'll get over it. Missed it. 2, 3, there we go. Dog successfully sent to the farm upstate. When the sun sets in the west and the moon rises in the east, stars will begin to appear in the sky and wind will blow towards the ground. Then the gate of new life will open. So this is where the star crest goes, presumably. So that is of limited utility to us. But I presume I need to go in there at some point. So at the very least, while it's in my brain, let's grab the star crest and go pop it in there. See if that's the only one we actually need. I feel like you do need the other slots filled, and we don't have things for the other slots. But we may as well make sure. Yeah, this is why I was so annoyed earlier when we were having problems, by the way, because this game's not actually that difficult. I was just ending up making it way more difficult than it needed to be because I was being stubborn? Yeah, stubborn's the best word for it. So I was being very stubborn about trying to make the save where we were in a really bad position work rather than rolling back. Like when I purposely left myself a rollback position. There we go. Let's go ahead and combine those shells since they don't want to combine in that inventory. There we go. I forgot once again that the storage inventory does not play ball with combining very well. Because we don't need to carry extra shotgun shells on us at this exact moment. We still need to find the other jewel. I still have this nagging feeling in the back of my head that my pathing is all over the goddamn place. But I feel like part of that's probably just me confusing this with Jill's path. Which is just layers of layers layers upon layers of confusion. And if you thought I got confused about how many times I said layers there, congratulations, you paid attention, because yes, I absolutely confused myself over there as well. So let's see. Let's go hit that Starcrest door before I go off on a whole other tangent of thought. Because otherwise I am going to forget all about that door, even though we just did the legwork to open up the ability to put this crest in there. When the sun sets in the west and the moon rises in the east, the stars will begin to appear in the sky and the wind will blow towards the ground. Then the gate of new life will open. There we go, there's the stars. And what do you know, the door didn't open. So yeah, we do need the other 3 crests. I don't know if we'll need to actively slot them in the correct place, since it seems like the stars just went where they needed to go automatically. Which that is one of the nicer things they did with puzzles for this series, sometimes at least, is it doesn't make you deal with the nitty-gritty of placement and everything. Just like, hey, bring the item you need there and they'll figure it out. So that leaves that room as a dead end. That room doesn't go anywhere. That room doesn't do anything. We have a room right here that we haven't gone in, but this is... yeah, this is the other helmet door. So yeah, I think my memory was right about which doors were what then. I'm pretty sure it's shield bottom right, shield top left, helmet at top right, and then the one we're at right now is the other helmet door. Which means I probably do need to open up the room I was being nervous in. And that display case will probably give me what I'm missing. I just need to remember where that room is. Which I think that room was over on the left? Not over here on this side? Because we haven't seen that room for a fair bit now. Unless it's one of the top floor rooms again. I think I just looped back to the bathroom again. Yep. I keep ending up in here. All roads lead to bathroom, apparently. That's the room that we got a ton of herbs out of, but nothing else. There was a boiler out there, but there was no interaction on that boiler. Oh yeah, this is the dog room again. Oh, the other dog was guarding the door. Of course he was. They're doing their best. So... we can go heal at Rebecca, but there's not really a reason for us to immediately go do that either. I think the easiest way for us to get back there might be to go through the door that's over here. We still left the original zombie in the hallway over here. He's just hanging out, having a good time. He's just vibing. We still haven't used that emblem that I picked up at the beginning of the run here. I don't think it was this door that I was aiming for, though. Have we even been in this room? I feel like we had to have been. What hallway am I even in? Right, we're in this hallway, the one that led to multiple deaths, but also leads to the plant that we killed. So actually, I think I am on the right track for the room I'm looking for, then. Nope, not this room. This may be a mansion, but there's only so many rooms to check to find what I'm looking for. Thankfully, we've cleared out all the zombies in this section, so we don't really have that much to worry about there. There are some zombies still nearby. Right, I should probably drop the blue gem off in here, because maybe I'm remembering wrong that there's even a red gem at all. I feel like there is supposed to be a gem for either eye. I don't remember. There's too much don't remember. I think the zombies in this section are still up and about. They sure are. I was gonna say alive again. It's like, well, no, not really correct. This is where the other desk key goes. Okay. Well, Rebecca's room's not that far from here, but I never put the bathroom key in storage, so I'd have to go back to the bathroom to go get the key. Well, since we're thinking about it, let's go get that key, go open that desk drawer, because it might be something important. You don't know. Hee hee hee, ha ha ha. Like, the simple I can't rule out anything problem is a fascinating problem to have, though. I think I ran down the wrong hallway here. Oh, wait, no. I did go to the right place. Look at me actually remembering where I'm going. Of course, I'm going to have to run back through dog room, unless I want to go the long way around, which wouldn't benefit me at all to do so, other than not having to risk getting bit by a dog again. Which they thankfully barely do any damage, so it's not really an issue. Which continues to make me upset about the fact that they killed me once earlier, but, you know, it's fine. We're past that now. We are long past the death moment we had a while back. And I was about to say something that was going to most definitively curse me, so I'm glad I didn't say that. So, wow, we got bit a lot more that time. I think they were offended by me saying that they don't do any damage. Oh yeah, no, they did way more damage that time. But we're okay. What I was going to say is we hadn't died in a while, and I think just thinking that invoked the curse enough that that's why they chewed me up so bad. So we're gonna go around that room on the way back. Let's not tempt fate any more than we have to, you know? The only reason I'm even pursuing this whole desk key situation is there's very little else I can think of that we know of to check. Because again, because I feel the same confusion I feel during a randomizer, I'm doing randomizer methods, more or less, for this. Remember when I said I was going to go around? Yeah, I picked the wrong door. I had intended to go around, and then once I was in there, I'm like, well, guess I'm committing. And, well, it just happened to work out. And we can go find Rebecca down the other end anyway to go get healed. So, it'll be fine. But what I was saying about with using the randomizer brain is I'm basically operating under everything I do know about I need to do something with. If I purposely skip anything that I don't think is important, I will invariably miss something. Now, it's the same kind of mindset that'll lead you to 100%ing a game that you don't need to 100%, but sometimes it's beneficial to operate under that logic. Like right now, where any random thing could be the piece I'm missing, I kind of need to do that. I would like to figure out how they managed to make that door appear to have depth. Because these doors appear to have depth, but they are flat. Now, where was that room? That's the all-important question that's left, is where was the room where the desk was? I thought it was one of these, but I think it's actually just a little further down. 'Cause I know it's in this green, in one of these green hallways. Oh, now we're back in red hallway. This guy's alive. Or was it this door? Yeah, it's this room right here. No sooner did I say it was in a green hallway did my brain tick and go, are you sure about that? Hey, what do you know, more shotgun shells. It's almost like it was predictable that that wasn't going to end up being something that mattered, but it was going to bother me if I didn't check it. So, here we are, having once again gained more shotgun shells, which we have so many now, I'm going to celebrate by obliterating my problems over here. So I think he is interfering with us getting around a little bit. Two shells. 3 shells and his head's gone. There's a second one, though. I can hear him shambling around. Actually, I think this is the way back to Rebecca's room, actually. So this is a way I do want to clear. Okay, I am hitting him. Okay, he went to the floor. I don't know if he's dead. Yeah, he's gone. I figured I was on my 7th shell. I may as well get it cleared out. Which could come back to bite me later. Okay, that one I see the blood puddle from. So he's absolutely done for. But now we have free access to Rebecca. Hello there, Majnugs. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. We may as well top off the shotgun with these shells we have here. Grab one of our herbs so we are in good shape. We'll drop off the blue jewel so I remember that it's been used and gone. And I don't think there was anything else in particular we came here for, but I am going to go ahead and use an ink ribbon because we have done a lot of work. And we'll go ahead and have Rebecca heal us again. Ah, it's one of those kind of days. Okay, understandable. Make sure to stay safe if things are getting that wild. Weather's been real weird lately, but it's gonna keep being weird probably. Save so we don't have to worry about having to redo all this clearing and running around we've been doing. And for all that I said we have a decent amount of shotgun shells, we really don't have as many as it seems. 'Cause I think we only have like a case and a half. Yeah, that's true. Everybody's been suffering in the way hotter than it should be. And you're definitely right that rain will make it a bit better. I can't promise it'll make it much better, as it may just go back to being hot, depending on how long the heat wave's gonna keep going. But definitely a case of take what you can get. I can understand that one. Oh yeah, I do have another half case of shells down here, so let's fix that before this gets out of hand here. I was forgetting to combine these and keep them cleaned up. So we have 29 shotgun shells and 5 pistol bullets, it looks like. I went very wrong way around here. Yep, that is all the shells we have. Okay. Not ideal, but good enough. Stay on the pistol, so if I make a bad input, I don't end up wasting a shell. Okay, so we've regained access to this area, so we don't have to worry as much about that. Getting to the room I'm thinking of again. Always such a good question. I don't remember if it was up a floor or on this floor, so we're just gonna clear the rooms again down here just to make sure. Like, obviously, some of these we can skip as we know what those rooms are. Chris, please, get around the corner. We've already been through these rooms. We've been through this room, though this is the one I grabbed the blue gem for, so we'll go ahead and pop that in so I don't have to keep walking around with that. Okay, yeah, it does turn around with just the blue gem. And that's where the wind crest is. That depends on what you're intending to ask. This is the second one I've picked up. I already dropped off the Star Crest. Because I've done things in a bit of a weird order, because memory fog is a hell of a thing. Go ahead and drop this in storage. I'll worry about dropping it off where it goes later on. We don't need to rush over there to do that right this second. Yeah. The pieces are coming back together. It's just gonna take a bit. Because as I've mentioned in this series before, I have seen everything done, but I've not actually done it myself. So there's some disjunction between how I go about things and how everyone I've seen do it went about things. That causes things to get a little mixed up. And, you know, time between when you've seen it done and when you go to do it can really make things interesting. The bright side is I'm running out of ground to cover, so no matter how confused I get, I will find it eventually. Pretty sure this room is already done and dusted and I don't have to do anything with it anymore. Yeah, because this was the plant room that we already cleared out. Because this is the reason why we were able to do anything, because this is where the armor key was. So, actually... yeah, those are all herbs over here. Yeah, I would absolutely believe you on that, because people much prefer playing as Jill. I'm not gonna grab all these herbs, but I'm gonna grab one of these red herbs. I completely didn't even notice these herbs were here. This would have solved a lot of problems earlier as well. This is a room full of plants, so Brain just glossed over those potted plants sitting there entirely when we walked through here before. And no, I just never had any particular interest in this game when it was new, and I never ended up playing it later either, because by the time I would have bothered, like either through emulation or anything like that, I had seen it so many times that it's like, I don't really need to play this. But when I opened up an opportunity for people to request games when they donated to my Donathon last week, this ended up obviously being a very easy pick to make, so that's how we got here. Because all the times I had seen people play it, I never retained the information with the intent to play it myself, because, you know, I had assumed I just never was going to get around to it. Because there's just too many games in this world. Exactly. Melon there being the one who requested it. This is the only Resident Evils I've completed, and this is gonna make people look at me weird. I've actually only completed 5 and 6. I have played through the majority of 4, but I lost the file on that one and never got around to doing it again, and I played a chunk of 2. I don't think I ever finished it when I had played it. As well as touching on the idea of Outbreak at one point, before realizing that that was something that is better off with additional hands. Oh yeah, I don't count 7 and 8 because I just never got around to them. I cannot in good conscience recommend 6. Not because it's not great, because it really isn't anything special, but it was so buggy when I played through it with my friend. We actually had to redo the end segment of one of those campaigns a good 10 times because it broke. Like, we did everything right, but we just could not complete that stage because it was broken. Yeah, that is a fair estimation of the comparison between the two. 5 I really enjoyed. I would not mind actually playing 5 again at some point. Because it's at least nice and short, and it's just a good co-op jaunt. While we have a moment here, and the ads are about to play, though, I'm going to get up for a quick second, so I'll be right back. Won't be long at all. Won't bother with the BRB or anything, because I'll be gone literally a minute. I have returned, and yeah, I've heard good things about Umbrella Chronicles and Darkside Chronicles for the most part. Even Resident Evil Survivor, I think it was called, the like light gun-ish thing, is worth playing within a certain degree. As long as you can handle the amount of flashing that happens. This is one of the helmet doors. Yeah, this is where we need the code and obviously the helmet key that's right next to us. Just gotta remember where the room I'm looking for is. Which, you know what? I will toss this out there. Am I in the right area for the room with the 2 statues in the display case? Because that's the room I'm trying to get back to. And I feel like I remember where that room is, but I can't guarantee I remember where that room is. I thought it was down this end of the house, but I could easily be remembering wrong. Because there's a room very close to where we are that looks like the right shape for it. And welcome back those that were stuck with ads. As you can see, not much has changed. I got up, walked away, came back, and we're still here. This is the tiger room. I don't know why I walked back in here. Certain degree of autopilot kicked in there, I think. And yeah, there's a fight or two in both 5 and 6 that are a little rough. Goblin Coins, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you had a good time, and welcome to me just chipping away at a memory hole of sorts here with Resident Evil 1. Because I already talked about this recently, but since all of y'all are coming in, I'll go ahead and talk about it again for a moment. I've never finished this game myself. I've seen it, played a decent amount, but I've never actually finished it, so here we are doing it now. Okay. So it's supposed to be a U-shape. The only U-shaped room on the 2nd floor, though, is that one hallway over there. But I don't see a U-shape down here. Howdy, Bean Boy VP. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Don't mind us, we're just a little bit confused right now. And actually, yeah, the only other U-shaped room I can see there, Melon, is one I can't open right now. Unless I'm forgetting that that is open. Which we can easily go check. Another little bit of context for those coming in is we had a fairly lengthy death loop at about halfway through this that ended up confusing my pathing a lot. Okay, yeah, this is the right room, and that means it should be this door down here. Yeah, see, this one's locked from the inside, so I can't get in that U-shaped room that's over there on the right. Yeah, I understand the problem. Because it should just be a rectangular room, I would figure, for the one with 2 statues in the display case that I'm thinking of. So I don't think it's the one right next to us here. But it might... No, this is the piano room. This room right here is piano, which we still don't have the music for. So that still confuses me. I feel like I was supposed to have found that by now. But again, I may be remembering Jill's path, not Chris's path. You're gonna be hearing that a lot, by the way, everybody that's coming in. Get used to hearing me be confused between Chris and Jill's path and a collective confusion between the various versions of this game. This is not director's cut or anything, this is the original version. So not director's cut, not remake, not anything. Just the original with maximum cheese. Yeah, this is back in the original hallway, which we still left that zombie intact. He's been unbothered. Or just hanging out in his lane the whole time. feel like I'm forgetting something over here. But I can't be forgetting anything at this point because we've been basically everywhere. Wait, actually that one room is the one next to the stairs. There is the storage room. We know that. The one next to that top left corner or door in the room we're in right now. Don't remember where that door leads. And that's right next to us. So we'll at least take a look at that just for... Oh wait, no, that's that room. Okay. I know I appear to be forgetting these things like instantaneously, and I apologize for that, but I'm going through a lot of rooms very quickly here, so sometimes it gets a little jumbled. That room is still similarly useless. Huh. It's the tiger room, so I think there is nothing left over here. I'm pretty sure this section that's in red right now is all done. Aside from coming back with a red gem potentially to turn the tiger the other way to get the thing that's on the other side of it. Which I could easily have forgotten an item laying on the ground quite literally anywhere. Which is always entirely a possibility. Which, a checklist of things that have been done for everybody coming in later on is we've fully used up the sword key, we've fully used up the armor key, we've placed the wind crest, we've placed the star crest and we have the wind crest, we've used up the blue gem, and is there anything I'm forgetting that I've done? We've also used the broken shotgun to get the shotgun, but you can tell that by the fact that I have it fairly easily. I think that's everything we've done. I think that covers all the key item usage that's happened. So I'll ask this question for those that know, to see if I'm on the right train of thought. Am I supposed to be looking for the helmet key next, or is it the shield key that I'm supposed to find? No, let me rephrase that question. Am I right in looking for the room that I was talking about with the two statues and the display case that we looked at but didn't finish doing anything with? That's a better question to ask. And I know I changed questions right in the middle of that, and I apologize for where my brain's at, but that, I think, is the most important thing for us to answer right now. Is like, finding that room is a whole other issue, but... Okay, so either or key is accessible. Okay. Okay. That's what I assumed, because it was the only other thing that we've accessed but didn't do anything with, so I could guarantee that I could access it. And that implies then that there's something else that I can access that I haven't, where the other key would be then, because they aren't both in the same place. This is this hallway. This is what led to ammo and something else, I think. Or is this the one with the statues? This is the statue room. Okay, there we go. We're back here. This is where I wanted to be. I got my upper floor rooms crossed. Now, I thought I was supposed to cover these holes up. But let's do the thing I said was going to be annoying to do, and thus was assuming it wasn't going to be the case, but we were running out of other options to do. Actually, no, there's no way that would work with what I've just done because that's up against the wall now and can't be moved back in. So I have to, at the very least, adjust that a bit if I'm going to try that idea of making the statues look at each other. But I feel like I'm overthinking that by trying to make the statues look at each other. Is pushing them directly onto the switch in the middle didn't do anything. I remember, at the very least, it being a case of you're supposed to cover these holes. But that's once it activates, not before that. And then again, I shouldn't need to move these statues at all as far as other than straight this way. Now, if Chris could actually align with it and actually push it, that would be a whole other animal. Just put you there preemptively until I decide otherwise. And then we'll push this part way back over here, and then we'll align them in case that does something immediately, but why would it? Yeah, I didn't think so. So let's try putting him on the button then. So they're not completely lined up with each other either. And they don't fit in the buttonhole there. So I don't think that that's right either. Unless I'm supposed to use the knife to break the display case, but then why would the statues be here? Make sure that's, like, fully aligned there. I don't think it would be a case of bringing both statues to the middle, because then how would you get them back over the vents? I would like to claim that I'm usually smarter than this for everybody that's new here, but unfortunately, there are times where my brain operates in ways that do not align with what the question I'm being asked is in the slightest. Because I think I'm assuming I'm being asked the wrong question. Aha! That's what I was supposed to do. It's not a step on it, you just need to press it. Sometimes it's sublimely simple. But since it was on the floor, you would figure it'd be something you just need to step on. And there's our sun crest. But that doesn't... well, that doesn't solve the problem. But at least I was on the right track with covering those vents, because I'm pretty sure you'd be getting gassed right now if I hadn't covered the vents. So we got that going for us, at least. Problem is, we are still missing one crest and 2 keys. So where's the other room that I'm forgetting, then? Because there has to be at least 2 rooms I'm not thinking of. Welcome to how I operate. I exist in a perpetual state of overthinking. This is why I say the way I think about things does not always align with what I'm being asked. So at the very least, we may as well drop these off and see if something happens then. Is we do at least have 3 out of 4 crests. And then we'll think about things further from there. Let's see, the room in question was this way. Yeah, unfortunately, without getting into the right mindset, it's very easy to overshoot what you're expected to be considering. I suppose that's the best way to put it. No, but I get called out on that a lot. I have the mindset of an engineer without being an engineer. What you're looking at me doing right now, this is my job. I am a full-timer in this line of thought here. So people get to watch me overthink instead of me making overcomplicated designs that people will never actually use. Yes, yes. Oh, there's the sun. I did not tell you to look at that again, Chris. Just because the game doesn't keep up with the speed I'm pressing buttons does not mean you need to do that again. There we go. So we just need to go get the last crest from somewhere. Where that somewhere is, it's a very good question. Yeah. Thing is, the only doors I can remember that I didn't open that I should be opening are all locked. So there's either something I've forgotten, or a room I thought I went in that I didn't go in. I feel like I'm just giving myself a riddle. I'm gonna double check in here. Because this is one of the places where we only found extra things and not anything important. Like that's kind of where I'm at this point, I think, is double checking rooms we had thought we cleared out, but maybe we missed an item sitting somewhere. There's still one room I haven't been in, I assume is what you're referring to, and I'm willing to bet you're correct. I just have to figure out where that one room is. Therein lies the problem. That's why I'm checking rooms again, because I cannot remember every room I've been to. But that does at least confirm that suspicion. Now, the wise man would methodically check doors all throughout. Yeah. I'm just speaking that thought aloud for everybody else's benefit. Basically, especially those who are only paying partial attention, like hopping in and out, so they're still on the same train with the rest of us. We've established that door doesn't go anywhere. We established we need the crest to go that way. Established that the other door's not where we need to go. This is where we got the stars from, so that's not helpful. Well, it was helpful, but not helpful anymore. So that rules out this whole wing. Is that room's accounted for, that room's accounted for, that one's accounted for, that one's accounted for. That one. Yeah. I think that's basically everything there. So that staircase. That's just the storage room staircase, yeah. So that's accounted for as well. Yeah, this whole side here is accounted for then. Yes, we do still have that emblem. And I'm certain that that's part of what I need to do, I just have not found where that goes. But I may as well start carrying it with me, because invariably that is what I'm going to need. And I had been questioning that earlier, because I had a feeling I had forgotten where that went. See, the regular emblem has just been chilling there the whole time. And actually, how much you want to bet? No, it's not just behind it, okay. I was doing a stupidity check. Wouldn't it have been a hell of a thing if one of the keys was just stuck behind that thing the whole time? And I just never checked it? I say, having fallen for that trick a long time ago in multiple other things. I don't know if that's the emblem you're referring to there, Melon. That's just the only emblem I can think of that I have not used. So presumably it's used somewhere and I just have not used it. So based on the fact that there... I'm going the wrong way to get to where I'm thinking about. I just had a thought. And I had commented on this being odd earlier. So if you were paying attention, you know where I'm going. So, well... yeah, this will be faster. We'll go this way. Need to get where I'm going. I was debating going up and around just so I don't have to go through dog room, but we'll just go through dog room. It'll be fine. I'm going the wrong way to go through dog room. Dog room is this way. So I can't think of a place where this would slot in where I'm going. But it can't hurt to try. There isn't a moon on this thing, right? Just in case this was somehow the moon crest in disguise. Again, really funny. Wouldn't be the way this worked, but it would be very funny. You shouldn't be. But I have no real answers on that one. Because you've been keeping up with what I was saying reasonably well even before then, so... Because I think the response about me turning the emblem around was only, like, maybe 30 seconds behind? Taking typing time into account. The room I was trying to get to is the one next to this one right here. No, I've not seen any blue herbs. And based on the comment you had made earlier, I think I know where you're trying to send me, but I don't know where it is. And therein lies the problem. All the knowledge in the world doesn't help if you don't know where the thing you're looking for is. Yeah, I was suspicious about this door that just tells you you don't have the key for this door. But no, there's nowhere where we could put the crest here, so this is definitely not where it would be used. This room's still weird. I don't think there's anything to be done here. At this point, I'm pretty sure just getting into that back section was what this room was for. Because I can't interact with this, it's just art, apparently. Like, the thing that's bugging me the most is there's not an obvious gap in the map anywhere. Is everywhere there's a door I have not opened, I can account for why that door's not been opened. And that's what's tripping me up the most. Is like, I can list off every door here and why I haven't gone through it. So what did I not see? Is starting from the left, door on the farthest left is a helmet door, code door above that, far right bottom shield door. One above that I believe was either a helmet or a shield door as well, but that one could be the problem. One up at the top there's the crest. The one over there on the left was also a key door. So I think that was the one that was claiming it was locked from the inside somehow, even though there's no other way to get in there, which is weird, but it's because you probably access it through the piano. Telling me I'm overthinking it doesn't change the situation. This is the only thought process I have for figuring out where the missing link is here. Because there clearly has to be somewhere I haven't been. Like, not everyone approaches things from the same angle, so you can end up in a case where it appears I'm overthinking by the angle you would be taking. But if you let me finish this thought process, I may come around to where I'm supposed to be. Because I genuinely don't know where to start is the problem. Because I can't just run around randomly. I've been doing that this whole time and it hasn't accomplished anything. Tell me this, is the thing I need to do using the crest that I have? Let's start from there. Does that... I've not avoided it like the plague. You just came in after I had spent a long time up there. So I thought I was done with that part of the second floor. So that's also assuming I remember which end is which anymore. Or with the amount of circles I went in earlier. I assume it's referring to this side. Now you see why I was trying to trace back my steps, because that's how I was going to come to this conclusion. So it isn't this one. Okay, well that's fine. We'll deal with this guy again. Those two over here are useless. We know this is useless. Which is why I was like, no, this isn't it. But presumably there's a part up here that I thought I had been through repeatedly already, is what you're referring to. But we had just been over here on the right. Quite literally, we had just run through over here on the right. Ah, yes, of course you managed to grab me that time. Sure, why not, game? Unless you're referring to the room with birds over here. You're pushing your luck. It's almost like I just said that I was going over here to the right. But we had already been, for example, over here, and all we had gotten out of over here was bullets. So since this is clearly bothering you more than it is me, how about you just lay out what you're trying to say, and we'll get this over with. Just give me which section you're trying to hint around at. Otherwise, we're gonna be doing this dance for a while here. See, that's what I was assuming, and was the next thing to use, was the emblem. But I don't know what Nugs here is trying to point at entirely. Like, obviously, the intent is what rooms to look for are in this section over here. But we had just gotten done running around in part of this section over here on the right earlier. That's why I'm trying to figure out what the point here is. It's either that or we go play the walk through all these doors game again. For example, over here, we know for a fact we don't have the key for this door. And we had already interacted with the other room in this section, which was this one. This is where we used the lighter to light the candles to get the thing that was back in the back of this room. And we know that this is a door we cannot open currently. This is, what do you know, that shield door that I was talking about before. So with that accounted for, and this accounted for, we don't need to worry about these. Is what do you know? The second floor that I apparently was avoiding like the plague involves a room we had just been finishing with. I would have to assume it involves going back to this room over here. Right, I'm out of bullets. Waste shotgun shells getting past this guy, because this is one room I have not been back to in a while. This is one of the few rooms we hadn't been back to in a while, but I'm pretty confident this is a key door that I can't open. Hey, what do you know? It's a helmet door. Same helmet door I'd called out before. But perhaps this fireplace is the missing piece. Yeah, no, even though the emblem looks like wood, it doesn't burn. So that isn't it. Still don't even know why that fireplace exists. It may just very well be there to be a fireplace. And we've already accounted for the rooms in the middle here, because we had been here before. But I guess I can check them again, just for sake of argument. I'll just start mashing the button to make sure there's nothing I didn't pick up. So I'm 90% sure we've cleaned this one out because we already activated that. Got the thing behind the aquarium. We grabbed the notes off the table here. So that's all accounted for. And we had gotten just, I think, bullets out of this room, or something along that line, but nothing useful. Still in key item territory. And no amount of mashing the button is making anything happen here. What do you know? Nothing here, as proven before. She's still back at the place where he heals you from, yeah. She has not been used yet because when I tried to get her to follow me initially, she didn't follow me because she still had something to do, and then I have not tried to get her to follow me since then. Because as far as I can remember, I need the music in order to use her on the piano to then open the thing that's where the piano is. And also, since she switched to offering to heal me, she has not been prompted to follow me again. But yeah, she's back in that other room still. That's what I thought too, but then she refused to follow me, so I just assumed that I needed to get the music at that point. Unless there was just another different thing that was in the way of that idea before. But that could easily be the sticking point we're at too. Is I was supposed to have activated the music by now. But since we had this apparent whole second floor problem, I was going and dealing with that. Though so far I'm seeing a distinct lack of results from this whole check the second floor that I had supposedly been avoiding thing. We already used the chemicals in the plant room, yeah. That's where we had gotten the armor key from. Unless you're referring to something else in the plant room or a different plant room. Yeah, so far there's not been a damn thing on the second floor. So I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Because I went to check the left-hand side and was steered away from that, even though that was the place we hadn't been in a while. And now we've gone over every room on this second floor here. So I would really love to know what I had missed here. Hey there, Char. How's it going? You're just in time for me to be mildly agitated at attempts to help that led to nothing. I mean, it's less puzzle solving, more I don't know what room I'm supposed to be in it anymore. But hope you're doing well, Char. It's fine. But I do genuinely still have no idea what you were trying to suggest, because I've walked all up and down the entire second floor again while you were gone. Well, no, I don't remember him from Jill's mission, but I do remember where his corpse is. And I checked his corpse. There was nothing on that corpse. There was bullets on that corpse and nothing else. Unless you're just trying to send me to the room he was in. Which is a room we were just in a few minutes ago, but I can go back there. That's the room where the locked door that I can't open is, but I'll go back there and show you. No. No, I did not. Because remember, my pathing has been all kinds of fucked. So, mistakes have been made. I'm going the wrong way. You're fine. This is why I was confused what you were trying to point me at, though, because, like, okay, he was referencing snakes, so he's probably trying to send me to Yawn. Well, there's a problem with that idea. Like, I was picking up what you were putting down, but there was an order of operation issue somewhere that was making that not work. Let me just reorient myself for a second here, and I'll get you back to that room to prove what I was talking about. You're good. This is why I was saying I had been up here before. It just, all the time I had spent up here was before you got here. I do try to keep all of that at tracked and in line as best I can. Yeah, there was a room to the side of that room, and then there's the shield door directly in front of where Richard's corpse is. I just need to get my brain unraveled enough again to actually take us to the right place to get there. See, I tried to do something with the clock before and nothing happened. Yeah, no, I was trying to get her to play the piano before. Here, let me ask you a direct question that will solve everything, which is a question I was trying to ask before. Do I need music for Rebecca to play the piano as Chris, or is Jill the only one who needs the music? Because I had questioned that earlier, but I don't think you were here when that question had come up. Okay, that's the thing I'm missing then. I need to find where the notes are, which is what I was trying to do before, but no matter where I backtracked to, I could not find them. That's the missing piece of this entire puzzle. I thought I did, but clearly there's an issue there. And I know the room we were talking about is right next to where I just got bit, but I'm just spawning that guy back to the other side so I don't have to deal with him. So we can finish the thought we had about this area over here. Because I walked around and thought I clicked on everything, but I easily could have missed something. Which is why I was going back from the top and checking everything. Yeah, see, here's the dead guy. There's the dead Richard right there. And then the room past here is the room I was talking about not that long ago. Shield door? And this room over here. Unless there's something else over here that I don't know about. Which is why I'm making sure we walk through that completely. This isn't me busting anybody's balls or anything. This is genuinely me making sure that there's not something I'm misunderstanding here. Because this was just where the candle room was. Unless you're referring to Richard being in a different location. Because I think he does appear in more than one spot. Depending on if you do something correctly. Okay. So I could have swore he was the one you could potentially save. But I think I'm getting realities crossed again. Okay, then there's no reason for me to be over here at all, then. So I'll go back to the piano room, check back over that again, and that must be where the missing piece is.
Hi!
Hey there, Clyde. How's it going? This is the other issue with games like this, is if you just happen to not interact with the exact right spot the game wants, you can end up trekking around for hours looking for the thing that the game wants you to have done. Even if you know the solution, because, like I said, I knew I needed Rebecca to play the piano for me at some point. But the order of operations clearly there went wrong somewhere. And this is where these things can all just fall apart. Yeah, the piano room is just right over here. This is at least one room I remember where it is consistently at this point. This is also the only one with this specific door. Like, I clicked around all over here. I touched as much as I could here. I touched the piano. He acknowledges that it's a fine, grand piano. Clicked around over here. Just mashing the button as much as I can to make sure nothing goes wrong. Yeah, I was over here as well. And I had tried moving this, but maybe Chris just didn't cooperate. Yeah, I think he just slid around it when I tried to push it before, so I assumed there was more to it than that. Yes, I gathered that. Remember when you were trying to avoid backseating before? You might want to go back to that. Because you are very, very much treading on that nerve now. I know you're trying to help. But when it's a 50-50, I'm pretty sure even a Neanderthal can figure that one out. So the entire problem that locked us up for this whole time was the fact that Chris wouldn't push the goddamn thing when I pressed him up against it. It would have been solved over an hour ago if he had just done what he was supposed to when I had him do it before. And bear in mind, some of the heat that's coming out is not at you. I want to make that clear. I'm genuinely frustrated because we've now wasted a lot of everyone's time here. And if I had just come back there sooner, that could have been avoided. So I'm angry at myself as well here. But this is the situation as it stands anyway. So now I assume I go fetch Rebecca and go back there. Because she doesn't just appear to play the piano. And I need to remember where her room is now. Which is right over there. Because hers is the other one with the stairs near it. I just need to get my orientation back round again. I think I picked the wrong door. No, this is the only other door I could go through over here. Yeah, because now we're back in the green section, which leads to the red section, which leads to where she is. No, this is the wrong way. It's the corner door here that leads to where she is. And we've already cleared out all the zombies because I've been walking around in here for the past hour, and I vented my frustration on all the zombies in the local vicinity by this point. But this is where things are a problem, and it has the same issue as adventure games, in that, like I said, it's a simple matter of you miss
right?
one specific location, you miss touching one specific thing, and your entire gameplay falls apart. And it is the most frustrating thing.
This is the last dose. Don't go doing reckless things anymore.
That's fine, we have lots of herbs. We don't need any more of the dosages. I assume we show her the music notes. No? No, it's not that.
Chris, take care.
Okay. Was I supposed to use the music notes with the piano? Is this a case of I knew what I needed to do, but I have done it wrong because I made an erroneous assumption? Maybe. Let's get rid of an item, though, because we do have a full inventory here. We'll get rid of the pistol because we have no ammo for it anymore. We don't need to be carrying around an empty pistol. Well, let's go try the notes on the piano instead, then. Because I'm assuming we need Chris to come to the realization that he needs someone else to play the music. And that's going to be the problem. Unless I've broken things miserably by doing things in weird timings, which I don't think it could break completely that way. I feel like it's not designed to break in that manner, but it would be very funny if it did. Yeah, exactly. Nope, wrong way. That's the one zombie I think I haven't killed in here. Is the original one that we ran into at the beginning, because you know what? He is there as a place marker for me. Yep, Chris unfortunately can't read music. Yep, she does just appear like I originally thought, but I was second-guessing every goddamn thing I was thinking at this point.
Is that you, Rebecca?
She just said... Chris, please. I know I'm confused, but we can't both be confused, my dude.
It's the Moonlight Sonata.
Can you play?
She wasn't that far, so her hearing him is believable at least. Because she was only a couple rooms down. But if you didn't clear the zombies out, it really makes you wonder how she gets past all of them. Because there's like 6 zombies in those 2 hallways combined.
Wait, what is that?
My interpretation is off a little. Chris, may I practice for a while?
Sure, why not?
See? Just relax and play.
All right.
So presumably there's something else I need to do while she does this, or I just need to wait a moment and she'll get it right. If Emma wasn't so precious, I'd blast this goddamn cabinet right now, by the way. The source of all of my problems. Yes, she is playing the piano. I'm well aware that she's playing the piano. I'm gonna walk out and back in again and see if anything changes. Because that's usually the way you'll cause something to change. Nope, she's still playing away. So there's something I need to do before this actually completes then. Presumably. So basically back to where we started to a certain degree then, if there is something else I have to do while she's doing this. Because we have the same problem of we don't really have anywhere to go. Because I would assume ordinarily you're supposed to have her come and play the music and then you go do what I did with the keys while she's doing this. Or something along those lines. Unless the whole having Rebecca practice thing is some kind of joke trap where it just wastes your time. Oh, the resident's been quite evil, Yura. Mostly because of missing a single item causing the entire routing to fall apart for a good, like, hour or so. And yeah, I guess we can try walking all the way back and then coming back again. Because the main hall is usually where any random triggers happen. This is also harkening back to what I was talking about before about not partial knowledge being a problem. Because I had partial knowledge of what I was supposed to do, I did not search the room properly. If I had just searched the room more thoroughly and fought with that cabinet a bit more, we would have been through all this a while ago. But as it stands, we're probably going to wrap up soon and then finish the game next week or something. Yeah, exactly. I could definitely understand why you would think all these doors would have jump scares behind them. Because it would be the perfect design for that kind of thing.
Chris!
Okay, so we just needed to load a bunch of rooms, I guess. Or just waste enough time.
You like it?
There we go. Now she's playing a lot better now that she got her hands back together again on that idea. Yeah, no, I've definitely known a few other people that have brought up the idea of
Oh,
there
that was
potentially being
great.
jump scares behind those doors. Yeah. It
What is
lingering there just
that?
seems like a trap. Hey, look, the solution to everything. The gold emblem that Mel was asking about earlier. Oh no, the door. Good thing I happen to have the wooden version of it with me. Which, wouldn't that be a bit of a bastard? You would either A, be stuck in here, assuming you couldn't put the golden version back, or you'd have to put it back and go all the way back out to go get the wooden one, assuming you noticed to grab it. Because you could easily have missed that entirely back at when you walked through that room the first time, too. Oh, don't worry, we'll be seeing Wesker again, I'm sure. Rebecca's frozen in time, no?
Are
There we
you
go.
all right?
I genuinely thought she was just frozen in time now. I was just staring at that door. Now we've got the gold emblem. But there's a small problem with that. There's a small problem there. And that is... What do we use this for? I mean, I suppose there's the silly answer of, what if we just swapped places? If we just put this where the other one used to be. Because we put the other one where this one used to be. Hey, what do you know, that works. And this is where everything suddenly unravels for us. Because none of this was meant to be complicated, but again, it's just a matter of doing everything the game wants you to do and do correctly. Hey, what do you know? There's that shield key that opens up everything we were trying to open for the longest time. I mean, true. You know what else is great against locks when you use them properly, though? This shotgun right here. You know what we could have just done to get through all those goddamn doors? Just blasted the fuckers open. Would have been a lot faster than faffing around with all these goddamn keys. We're in an emergency goddamn situation and we're playing around with goddamn keys. Honestly, at this point, yes. I would rather be fired than stay in this kooky goddamn mansion any longer than I had to. If they cannot understand that, well, that's a shame for them. I'm still blasting. This is true, but you have to remember that Chris is still dealing with a situation where his team is missing. He knows that there were these rabid, potentially monstrous dogs that chased them all inside. He knows there were these crazy people eaters in here because that was what they got sent here for. You would think the man would have a lot more urgency about the things he's doing. Instead, he's playing with these puzzle keys like it's the most important thing to be doing right now. And somehow Rebecca's in two places at once, but let's not worry about that part. It's fine. I wanted to come here, though, to grab an extra herb and save. So I I thought I had an ink ribbon left, but I think I don't. I think I used them all up already again. Well, I'm not blaming her. I would just like to know where her shortcut is so I can use it. I guess maybe it's like a vent and Rebecca can fit through it, but Chris wouldn't because he's got like the massive shoulders thing going on. Because he is like half again as wide. And mix these herbs. Actually, otherwise thought. Grab your shotgun shells, you silly man. You're gonna need more than just 4 for what we're going to be doing soon. Is now that this has been cracked open, we theoretically could clean this up pretty quick, and that's where my indecision currently is. Yeah. Because again, it's a case of I know what I'm supposed to be doing, and I know most of where I'm supposed to be doing it. We just missed pieces, and all of it exploded. Is this the way I would want to go there? I mean, we could go up the stairs and go around that way instead. Or we go back to the main room and go up that way. Kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Because we have the shield key, not the helmet key. And I think the shield key really only opens that one area, so... We'll go back up through the main bit then. We'll have to run back past the dog room, but other than that, it's not really going to be an issue. And the dogs are debatably less of a problem to get back past than the zombie who's in that tiny corridor up there. This is the wrong way. Which, I suppose, I'll floor this question for people. There are people that will be better able to answer that question than I can. Roughly time-wise, how long do you think we have left to finish this? Because I feel like it's not that long from here. But I also feel like it is probably going to be longer than I would want to spend on a single stream today, because I feel like it's going to be more like 3 or 4 hours left. Plus or minus issues like not being able to kill Yawn the first time. Which if we fail to kill Yawn, we're going to have to roll back a decent bit because I don't have any ink ribbons left. In order to save. Actually, it'd be better to go up this way rather than going through dog room and going up the stairs on that side. But we do have a separate impasse of sorts here as well, because if I... That's kind of the thing I was worried about, yeah, is that the amount of range in there is the concern, because that range matches up with what I was suspecting. But the other issue I was going to bring up is since we don't have any ink ribbons left, the only way I'd be able to save right now is save stating, which is fine for ending a session. I'm fine with doing that. But I think we want to at least get one more thing done before we stop. So I tell you what, we'll do the fight coming up here, and that's where we'll stop. This way y'all get some action happening after all of the fuckery that happened for the past hour and change, give or take. And then we'll go find a raid target. And this way, if I die, I can just clean up the mess and get us back to where we're supposed to be between now and next time. And then everybody wins. That seems like the ideal solution to this situation at the moment. The fact that that zombie is over there is annoying. Isn't he usually at the other end? Why is he over there? I'm gonna try to, like, move him over if I can. So I don't have to try to scoot past him. Because he was usually over here blocking up this hallway. Now he's not here anymore. He's over there in the way of where I'm trying to go. Oh, he's not here anymore now. Okay, never mind. He was here a second ago. He went on lunch break, I guess. I mean, I'm happy he knows. It's good that he knows better than to get in my way. Yeah, he just poof. He just disappeared. He understood his life was in danger. His unlife, I guess. I do need to go around that side. Because there's this jerk as well. Come on, open the door. There we go. Like, he just poof into the ether, gone. Shield key no longer matters. Is, you know, you had to go through a whole process with a piano and everything to get a key that opens one door. That feels like such a relevant and important section when you get a key that has one use. You know, they totally couldn't have just cut that section and had no one notice or anything. Just have this be like, oh no, giant snake. Just have this be like another armor key door or something, or just put the shield key somewhere else. Missed it. We are gonna have a poison problem, though, because I didn't get any blue herbs. God damn it. This is a really bad spot to be fighting him. I might die here. Oh, wait, he's fucking off. We did it, but I'm probably gonna die to poison. Hey, what do you know? It's the last thing I was looking for. What do you know? Thank you, thank you. I was genuinely worried for a bit there because we kept getting camera swapped back and forth. I was a little worried we were gonna get screwed. But I don't remember how fast and how much damage poison does, so we might still just drop dead. Which would be a problem. Because there doesn't seem to be any blue herbs around here. So that's an issue. Important question on that note. Do people remember if poison wears off in this game at all or not? Because if poison wears off, we can kind of fight it off. Oh, right. Never mind. I think you die by default. Or get fixed, one of the two. Oh, right. You get rescued. Okay, we're fine. I couldn't remember whether they fuck you over here or not. Because I could believe it at this point. I could absolutely believe that they would fuck you over here.
Chris.
Which is exactly what it's intended to make it seem like.
Is that you, Rebecca?
Chris, are you all right?
Yeah.
were bitten by a poisonous snake. Are you okay?
My head is killing me.
I think you'll be all right because I gave you a shot. But please stay out of trouble.
You saved my life. I owe you one.
And we didn't have to go do the legwork to make a cure either. Oh, look at that. She actually fully healed us, too. Rebecca the hero, once again. We do have 2 green herbs left. There's a bunch of herbs still in the plant room that we can go pick up. And I'm probably gonna snag those in between sessions then. But I think this is a good stopping point, having dealt with Yawn and everything. And we're in position to go to another big portion afterward. I just gotta figure out where we're gonna be sending y'all off to. I grabbed those already. If you're talking about the metal door that's right past there that goes outside, there was like 3 herbs in there. I grabbed all those already. Those are the ones that are in the box. That's the only reason we even got this far, because if I hadn't managed to grab those, it was after dealing with the 2 dogs in that hallway, we would have been locked in a bad situation we were in earlier, where we had no health to go anywhere because I kept dying to zombies around every corner. Understandable, yeah, because that's another one I think that happened before you got here. I'll make sure to move all of those herbs over to the storage before next time, so you guys don't have to watch me running back and forth to do that, because let's be real. You know those herbs are there. You know there's no enemies in the path. There's not anything for y'all to see with that. It would be pointless to make y'all watch that. And then we'll show everyone what's behind the crest doors and deal with everything past that next time. So, schedule coming up. Today is Tuesday. So, the next session is going to be Peak on Thursday, with still an unclear amount of people because I actually need to double check the player count because I had an additional person ask to participate. And I need to double check how many people can play that game. And then Friday and Saturday are not 100% certain. I may even just get this out of the way, either Friday or Saturday, and the other day will be the Lurkit game I was talking about that I was originally going to do today, and then I realized I had more legwork I needed to do that one properly, so that got pushed off. Yeah, exactly, Melon. Though, I will say, there is a mild concern based on something I was hearing about with Peak recently, because apparently there's a hacker problem with that game. And it seems to be a similar case to what people were doing when they were hacking web phishing. There's still plenty of people that have still been playing Peak and not having any problems, so I think we'll be okay. But I will be looking into that before Thursday as much as I can to check on that situation more. I haven't seen too much about it. I saw like one post referring to it, so I don't think it's a big problem. But it is something worth keeping an eye on. So I don't anticipate it being a huge issue, because we should be able to keep a handle on it if anything does happen. It'll just interfere in the moment. yeah. I just wanted to mention that because I saw it before I started and I hadn't had time to mention it to the group or anything. Have a look at where they're at with what they're doing here, because I might send us all here. The game a couple of us have enjoyed before. Okay. Yeah, it looks like they're still in the full swing of things, so we'll go there. We'll go see Hound Adorable, otherwise known as Sav, who's doing some Murky Divers, which Melon may remember from when we had played that before. So that should be a good time and for everybody to go see. And Sav is good people, so that'll all work out. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Apologies for the issue we had in the middle there where my pathing got extra screwball-y and I was starting to get agitated. These things happen, but I still want to clear the air on that and apologize for my angle of things there. Let's see. Is there anything else I wanted to talk about before we left? No, I think that covers everything. So, take care of yourselves, everybody, and I will see you on Thursday. And Thursday will be a later stream, by the way. We will be starting probably around 7 p.m. EDT, so keep that in mind as well. Good night, everybody. Hang on, what just happened? Oh, god damn it. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Hey there, Cherry. Thank you for the raid. Unfortunately, you were catching me quite literally as I was getting ready to raid out myself. But welcome in anyway. What were you up to today? Well, we'll at least stay and talk about that for a few minutes here. Okay. Either way, what were you doing? Ah, okay. Still working away through that then, okay. Hopefully you had fun. Yeah, we were playing Resident Evil 1, having dealt with a bit of a misplaced item issue for a bit there. But we've just finished dealing with Yawn on the big snake and breaking through to get the last crest. So, the next session of this, we will be clearing the rest of the game out. I know the feeling on brain being low. It's one of those days, I think. Just everybody's just not all there for it. But hopefully things will get better as things go along. I'll be going ahead and getting that timer restarted here. Again, appreciate you popping in, Cherry. Sorry this is the very end of the day, but brain is tired, cooked, and in need of peace. So we will do what we will do. But be sure to pass that support on to Sav. She's good people, and I will see you on Thursday night. Good night, everybody, once again.